Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, Chad. Hi, Jaeger. Hi, Darius. Welcome, welcome. I hope everyone is doing well. You might notice a slight difference in my setup today. There's a slight difference. You can probably tell. Um, in the way my microphone is set up. It has to do with my Christmas present, of course. I did want to show off a bit of my Christmas presents as well. It's not the lamp. You know how my mic arm used to be like here and then hang down? It's now down here. I've got a new mic arm. And it means it's not in my face. So I can actually see the full screen at all times instead of being blocked slightly by it, which is great. Also, it blocks less of the screen for you guys as well, so you can see more of my beautiful room. Isn't that great? I should still sound the same overall, if not better, because the mic is closer to my face and it's possible to actually be closer. We need a counter for how many times you smack your mic arm now that it's moved. I don't think it'll happen that often, to be honest. That table is in a dangerous spot? What do you mean? Why is that table in a dangerous spot? What is it about the table? It is just always there. you just... You could have seen that before. It's always been there. But yeah, I had a good Christmas, as you can probably imagine. I was at my parents from Thursday evening on. We had some dinner, which was great. I put a picture of that on my Discord. I did forget to take a picture of the dinner yesterday, sadly, which was a little bit more extensive. I ate so much. Yesterday, I was dead afterwards. I ate so much. I couldn't move. I was just on the sofa, just like, oh. I ate so much. You probably know the feeling. Oh, God. It was so good, though. It was so good. Matt's fired, the guy that holds the mic and got the special mic arm. Yeah. I always had a guy just standing here holding the mic to my face. His name was Mike, actually. Can you believe it? But no, I got gifts. I will show you. Wait. Boom. Boom. Gifts. Age, hello. So beside the mic arm, of course, I got the murder book. Yeah. Well, this is Frankenstein. Everyone knows Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, right? It's famous. It's very nice. It's got that like cloth-ish cover. It feels really nice. It's such a good quality book, honestly, this one. But yeah, I want to read this. I never read the actual book, so I'm looking forward to reading that. Same with this beautiful book here. 1984. We love that one, right? We love George Orwell here. This is the 75th anniversary edition, which is pretty cool. I like the cover on that as well. So I got those. And then the probably most concerning one, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, which It's maybe maybe a tiny bit concerning for people. I promise I'm not going to murder people. Promise. It's a cool book though. It's a very cool book. I want to read this. It's like a murder mystery thingy, right? There's a bunch of different things. I don't know a lot about it, but I heard it's very good. So yeah, I just wanted some books to read, and I got them, which is nice. Need to keep that one on the coffee table. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be... So over there, I have the cabinet. I have a cabinet over there. Behind the guitar, there's an open space, and I'm putting them in there. So they're always gonna be visible. I don't know if I mean, the coffee table would be more visible, but I don't know. If it's slightly hidden, but people can always see it, maybe that's better. You know? So it feels like I'm trying to hide it a little bit, but not really. But not really, you know. But the other thing I got is this little box. It's pretty cool. It's a makeup storage box. And it has a nice mirror. Oh my god, okay, you can see me through the mirror. Ah, you can see me twice. But yeah, I can put it like that. You know? And then I can do makeup. It's like a nice box. It's pretty cool. I was not expecting this one, to be honest, because all of the rest of it I actually put on my wish list. This I had not. Just cool. It's always nice to get something unexpected. I still need to fill it, of course. I haven't had the time to do that because yesterday I got home after spending Christmas with my family, and I was like, I need to do work because I didn't do work. So I spent the evening doing like VOD uploads to YouTube and like figuring out what to do and doing some programming and do I wear makeup? Not often. Not often, no. Mostly for special occasions and stuff. My mom got it because I got a lot of makeup for the cosplay stuff. And it's nice to have some place to store it and to do the makeup when I actually go do the cosplay, right? Then I have the mirror. Because right now I only have the mirror in my bathroom. That is... I mean, it's fine, I guess. But I think it's good to have a mirror like this. That I can kind of tilt. So that I can more easily do it. I think. I'm not sure. We'll see. Only when she goes to murder, yes. When I go crazy and start murdering people, I need to make sure I look my best for the mug shots, you know, for the mug shots. It's very important. But yeah, so that's my gifts. It was very good. My niece was, of course, super excited. And the moment they came in, my niece was like, "Can we go open the gift?" Because she saw the gifts under the tree, and she came downstairs like, "Can we go and open the gifts already?" And we're like, "No, we haven't had lunch yet. We need to get lunch first." Your Twitch player keeps freezing every 30 seconds. Oh no. I'm sorry, Fanta. I mean, it's not my fault, but I don't know why Twitch is like this. But yeah, my niece was super excited. We got her to calm down enough to actually have lunch. And then we finally went upstairs, and instantly she went to the tree and started grabbing gifts. The first one, of course, for herself, because even though we always say like, no, you should also give gifts to other people, she's like, no, first me. And then she opens the gift, and then she starts to... We do force her to at least then go like, okay, but the next one, before you get a next one for yourself, you have to make sure to get everyone else a gift too. Because otherwise, you know, people are gonna have to wait a long time for their gifts, and it's better that way if we like intermittently each get a gift, and then it takes a little bit, and then you get a gift again, you know? Just space it out a little bit. But that worked out. Of course, she then also had a hard time not unpacking it in your lap. She just give it to you and start ripping the paper off. No patience for you to actually unwrap it yourself, obviously, because that takes too much time. So she helps you out in a sense. But yeah, all the gifts were great. We got a lot of different things. I gifted my my older brother, I gifted a like dump pouch. So like a pouch you can take on survival or something, and then you if you find something interesting, you dump it in the pouch. That's why it's called a dump pouch. For like collecting stuff. And I was like, okay, but it's not a super expensive gift or anything, and I kind of want to put something inside. So I got him like a little package of nuts that I also put in there. So when he would get it, it would rattle when he shook it. He was like, "What is in here? What is this?" And I had found the spare key to my car that I had sold to him quite a while ago, actually. Like, I couldn't find the spare key at the time, and I was like, I don't know where it is. It might just be lost. I don't know, right? But I found it just as I had gotten some of the gifts. It was like in one of my cupboards in the back, you know, where I couldn't see it. Either way, it had been like 7 years since I'd seen that key. But I thought it would be funny to then also put that in the dump pouch. Luckily, my older brother also thought it was very funny. Because basically he just opened this gift. It was a pouch he saw, and he's like, but there's something in it. And he just opens it, and he's like, okay, like a package of nuts. And then he looks in further, and he's like, wait, what's this? And he grabs the key, and like, you get a car. And he's like, you what? Why did you still have this? So I had to explain that I had just found it, and but yeah, it was funny. So I gifted my brother a car for Christmas, yep. Or at least the keys to a car he already owned, which is maybe a bit strange, but it was fun. Hi Samid, welcome. What else did we do? Oh, I slept over, of course, and the bed was not great. I'm used to my own bed, obviously, and I'm then too awkward to ask anything of my parents as well, because I don't want to be a burden. So I was lying on this bed, a bit uncomfortable. The pillow was too low. It wasn't good enough, really, to sleep on for me. Because normally my niece sleeps there, and I guess the pillow is big enough for her, but it wasn't for me. So I was just lying there uncomfortably, and I slept for 8.5 hours, woke up with some back pain and everything. And then I told my mom in the morning, and she was like, why didn't you just say that last night? Like, we have other pillows. I just... I was like, well, I didn't want to get out of bed and then bother you, and you would have to get out of bed, and... She's like, but you now have back pain because you didn't ask, and... You dumb... you dumb bitch. No, she's not that bad. Grandma Mads and her back pains. Look, it was only when I woke up, okay? It was gone in like 15 minutes or something, half an hour. But yeah, I actually went to bed 10 p.m. Imagine that, right? Me going to bed before midnight? What? How does this happen? I actually fell asleep around midnight and slept for 8.5 hours, woke up at 9:30. Well, no, 8:30. No, it wasn't the food-induced coma for that one. The food coma came the day after, and I slept at home then, so... We also did go on a walk in the woods with the dog, which was very nice. That was great. I'm just chatting a lot right now about Christmas because a lot happened. My niece got a Minecraft pinball machine. It's pretty small. And we all took turns playing on it. It's kind of fun, to be honest. But no one could break my niece's high score at some point. I think she scored like 2400 or something. I don't know, kid is a god gamer, I guess. She knows how to play pinball. Damn 8-year-olds. They're too good. It's those kid reflexes, I think. The children, they're too powerful. But other than that, yeah, I think it was just overall a good time. We just had a wonderful time. Teach her how to speedrun Celeste? Ooh, maybe. Maybe I should introduce her to Celeste and be like, see, this is how you do this, and then you do this technique, and you can go even faster. I'll be the coach, and then get sponsored by very big companies, and then give her like a 20% cut or something, even though she does most of the work. That's how you do it, right? I think. I think that's how you do it. That's also how you get your niece to eventually figure out what you're doing and probably cut all ties with you because you're an ass. But in the time that you can make a lot of money, though, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't take advantage of my niece. Oh, also, why did I not put on the cat ears? That was redeemed like 15 minutes ago. There we go. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for all the Christmas stories and things like that. We do have a game to play after all. I wanted to play more Trails games because it's been a while. We had a bit of a break. And now I want to get into Trails into Reverie, which will be a long one again. Let me see actually, how long is Trails into Reverie? It is, I mean, it says here main story 43.5 hours. Main plus sides is 86. So if I mainly follow the main story, it's short-ish. I mean, 43 hours is still long, to be fair, but it's not like the 100 plus hours that I spent on Trails of Cold Steel. I don't know though, it's hard to estimate how much I'll do and how long I'll take doing it. But it should be good. It should be good. Let me do this. Trails into Reverie. Oh god, wait, will it be? It might be loud, wait. Quick. Okay, no, it's not. That's not too bad. Cool. Get to retire rich? Maybe. If I do manage that. But that would also require my niece to be like actually good. What if she's not though? What if she's terrible at Celeste? Here we are. It's been a while. It's been a while. Do we need to know the backstory? Let me see here. This is all good. What if her attention span gives up on the run before it's completed? Exactly. Failure is not an option. You simply make her not bad at Celeste. That is easier said than done. That is very much easier said than done. This is after Trails of Cold Steel 4. Yeah. This is the next game in the series. So I've been playing them relatively chronologically. This is just the next one after Trails of Cold Steel. It follows up the story perfectly. Or it should, I think. Camera shake off. Smooth camera movement sounds good. Auto center, no. Oh, this is for controller. Oh, did they change it so that this is only if you play with a controller? That's actually good, but I'll still turn it off. Because I don't play with controller. Even though it probably doesn't do anything. Frame rate limit, that's fine. I don't think this game is gonna burden my graphics card or anything. This is all fine. Motion blur can be off. I think this is good. Button prompts, mouse and keyboard. Nice. Okay, so... Oh, I never read the 3 and 9 novels. That's true. I meant to do that. Maybe I get a summary for this. Because the books in Trails of Cold Steel basically give an introduction to some of the characters that will play in this one. Which is cool, but I forgot to read them. I did forget to read them. I have played all of these, so I can kind of give summaries if people are confused or anything like that. I can explain like who a character is if needed. Let's just go with the novel. Okay, so follows Celia, Reinhardt, and Gray, who I believe Gray is kind of like a butler, and Celia is a... Well, is it butler? They pretend to be a butler? I'm not sure. Either they are or they... But either way, they are not normal people. I know that much. They... Like, the girl is probably like an assassin or something like that. Classic, right? Okay. Do I just read all of this? Is it story time? Chat, what do you think? Do I just read the entirety of 3 and 9 on stream? Because it's basically just a book. it's quite long. I feel like I should though, you know, it introduces the characters. Do we just go story time? I kind of want to. What do you think, chat? Because if you're down, then I'm down. I just need to make sure to drink a lot of water. You know what? I'll just start. A single passenger ship of prodigious size lay anchored in the port town in the northeast of the Principality of Reverie. Extravagantly crafted from top to bottom, a single glance was enough to discern its intended clientele, the privileged few among society's upper crust. True to appearances, the passengers boarding the vessel that day most certainly fit the bill, each smartly dressed and adorned with conspicuous opulence. Even among such guests, however, two stood out. A young lady possessed of regal air and the butler at her side. Judging from their dress, behavior, and linguistic register, they suited the setting to a prim and proper T. The single factor that set them apart from the other guests was their ages. Neither looked to be much older than 12 or maybe 13 years old, making them mere children in the eyes of most. Just one moment, my lady. The young butler labored to keep pace with the young lady as he dragged a large suitcase behind him. Despite this, she continued to stride forward, not slowing her pace in the slightest. Exhaustion creased his weary brow. His attire was proper, as befitting of his station, but his unkempt hair, grown out long enough to completely obscure his eyes, was another story. On top of that, everything about his demeanor screamed that he was timid and weak of spirit. "Snap to it, you dullard," the young lady briskly shouted, now several paces ahead of the struggling boy. "If you can't make those legs move any faster, I'll cut them off and feed them to the hounds." She continued to increase her pace, while assailing her butler with an unending string of contemptuous words. Her arrogant, haughty demeanor stood in stark contrast to her graceful appearance. Dressed in a lovely black-frilled dress, her blue eyes shone like a pair of sparkling sapphires, and her twin pigtails curled slightly in perfect arcs. Most eye-catching of all, however, was the 50 riche stuffed bear she held close to her chest. Though it was large enough to draw attention, it didn't look out of place in the arms of a girl such as her. Please, my lady, forgive me." In response to the girl's tirade, the boy miserably sputtered excuses and breathlessly pled for leniency as he summoned his remaining strength to pick up his pace. After a not insubstantial trip, the two finally arrived at the ship's boarding gate. "May I please see your invitation and boarding passes?" the crew member working the gate asked, smiling politely. Up close, the ship was even more opulent, a prized possession of the Verne Company. Its main route was between Remeferia and the Calvert Republic via Lemelin Bay. For this particular trip, the entire ship had been reserved by one Halder Barn, a wealthy merchant from Calvert. Passengers hoping to board required both a standard boarding pass as well as an explicit invitation from Mr. Barn himself. However, as each invitation included the room information for the guests in question, the boarding pass was strictly a formality. Gray, the girl called the boy by name and gestured with her hand, implicitly ordering him to present their credentials. Yes, my lady, what do you require of me? The boy asked, having completely failed to grasp his employer's unspoken instructions. You cannot possibly be this dense, you stupid worm, she snapped. Oh, I'm so sorry, my lady. I beg your forgiveness. Cowering before the young lady's vicious glare, the boy stuttered and stammered 1,000 apologies. Silence! The invitation and the boarding pass. Now. Right away, my lady. The boy began busily rustling through the contents of the suitcase, frantically searching for the requisite papers. Yet his haste quickly proved to be his downfall, for no sooner had he located the pass than a sudden gust of wind blew past, tearing the paper from his hand. Oh no! He exclaimed. The boy instinctively threw his arms out, stretching them to their physical limit, but his efforts were in vain. The boarding pass fluttered down to the bottom of the harbor, coming to rest gently on the water's surface. Yikes. As though that wasn't bad enough, misfortune continued to hound the boy as a number of silhouettes swiftly appeared beneath the waterlogged document. A school of fish jumped into the air with a splash, spraying water all about. They then descended back into the harbor's depths, taking the hapless butler's boarding pass along with them. Oh no! The boy's grief-stricken cry resonated throughout the harbor. Trembling with fear, he turned to face his master, prepared for an eruption of anger followed by a vicious tirade of abuse. Yet, it did not immediately come. The girl simply stood there in silence. She stared long and hard at the boy, her face betraying no expression whatsoever. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke. This was the calm before the storm. The boy began spitting out apologies, tripping over his words as his voice grew weaker by the second, like a short-circuited radio warbling its death knell. His body seemed to shrink and his shoulders slumped like a criminal awaiting judgment. You're absolutely useless! The girl's anger finally burst forth in one violent blast. Despite the ferocity of her exclamation, she managed to save enough breath to launch a sharp kick at the boy in the same moment. The well-aimed strike sent the boy flying farther than her petite frame would suggest was possible. He seemed to hang in the air for a brief moment before resuming his journey downwards off the edge of the pier, reaching a frigid end as he broke through the water's surface with a splash. As soon as he returned to his senses, he began violently thrashing his arms about, pleading for aid between coughing up mouthfuls of water. My lady, please help me, he begged, his thrashing growing more desperate and frantic. You're going to find that pass, and I mean now. You're not leaving that water until I see it in your hands. But I can't swim, he burbled as his head began to slowly sink beneath the surface. I'm well aware, but please, my lady... His words were cut short as his lungs filled with water, and the rest of his head bobbed below the surface. His threshing ceased, and his silhouette grew faint as he quickly plummeted downward to the bottom of the bay. With the situation having reached an unacceptable level of risk, several onlooking crew members ran over to rescue the waterlogged butler. The moment the boy made it out of the bay, however, the still enraged girl tried to kick him right back in again. God, this girl... Miss, please, you must calm down, the crew member at the gate said, trying to pacify the young noble. How? How can I be calm about this? My father was unable to attend, so I'm here in his place. There are important business discussions taking place on the ship that I cannot afford to miss. And now, thanks to a certain someone's ranking competence, that is exactly what is going to happen. The girl gave the boy a menacing glare so virulent it could have stripped the paint from the entire vessel. Tell me, Worm, how exactly are you going to take responsibility for me being unable to board? Though the boy was still coughing and violently spewing water, his already pallid face managed to lose what little color remained in it upon hearing those words. Feeling pity for the boy, the gate attendant stepped in. Well, for the time being, may I see your invitation instead? The boy moved to comply with this request, but was stopped dead in his tracks by the girl's menacing scowl. She produced the invitation herself and roughly shoved it at the attendant. The attendant read over the paper, then went through the list of names on the guest list. This invitation is for Baron Chris Reinhardt, who I can confirm is indeed on the guest list. Might I presume you two are his daughter and her attendant? You presume correctly. I am Baron Reinhardt's eldest daughter, Celia Reinhardt. The gate attendant made a respectful bow before continuing to speak. Then there will be no need to further concern yourself with the matter of the boarding pass, Miss Reinhardt. You may proceed. Oh, we may? Strictly speaking, a decision of this nature required approval from a higher-ranking employee, but in this case the gate attendant decided that swift action was the best way to provide a peaceful solution to the rapidly worsening situation at hand. It seems as though you'll live to ride another day, you useless worm. Count yourself lucky. The girl boarded the ship, still staring icy daggers at her butler. He dragged their luggage on after her, still wheezing and dripping wet from the events of the past few minutes. He effusively expressed his gratitude to the gate attendant as he passed, receiving a sympathetic smile and a few words of encouragement. Having finally boarded the ship, the two youths immediately headed for their room. Their pace was quick, as though they already knew the way, and not a single word was exchanged between them as they briskly walked down the halls. Once they arrived, they gave the room a quick yet thorough search. Infiltration complete. The girl broke their silence, suddenly speaking in a sleepy drawl. Her eyelids drooped, and she let out a mighty yawn. Not a trace remaining of the tense, high-handed young lady from only a few moments ago. I'm beat as. Think I'm gonna take a nap. She tossed her plush bear onto the bed and immediately launched herself after it. She dove under the covers with a childlike exuberance befitting someone her age, perhaps even younger. In contrast to her whimsical new demeanor, the boy remained completely expressionless. Don't let your guard down. The real mission begins now. His voice was alarmingly calm and terse, as he brushed aside his bangs, still wet from the frigid water of the harbor. His now visible eyes were cold and sharp. Beneath that, however, was the gleam of a hunter fixed on its prey. Each and every ridge of his body exuded composure. The flustered, stammering butler from before was nothing but a memory. Though the girl's transformation was strange, the boy's sudden shift in personality was nothing short of jarring. That wasn't really your best work out there, as far from it. She spoke nonchalantly, rolling around the bed as she critiqued the boy's performance. He remained silent for a moment before speaking, almost as though he agreed with her assessment, at least in part. It didn't affect the mission. But you overdid each and every reaction. It's not easy to match that without seeming unnatural, you know? You hammed it up that made us stand out even more than we needed to. Despite her words, the girl's half-hearted tone took the bite out of her criticisms. These were the duo's true personalities. The upper-class young lady and her bumbling butler, making a spectacle at the boarding gate, were simply elaborate pageantries, acts necessary for gaining entry to the ship and nothing more. Any other method of infiltration might have raised suspicion, endangering their mission. Thus they chose to board under false identities. They had made clever use of the organization's info network beforehand, ascertaining which of the invites would be unable to attend. Armed with this bit of intel, they created their personas. The invitations required for boarding were printed on high-quality paper, but ultimately differed only in name. Using the same layout for each invitation was the logical choice for a merchant looking to pinch Mira wherever possible. Logical or not, that particular decision had made the necessary forgery a walk in the park. The boarding pass, on the other hand, was a different story. The Verne Company was known to employ cutting-edge technology to prevent forgeries. Attempting to use a fake pass to board was an act accompanied by a considerable amount of risk. This is why the two engineered the dramatic performance that took place at the boarding gate. The boy dropping the boarding pass was, of course, an intentional act. Both the gust of wind and timely group of fish were the result of a battle ornament the girl had kept hidden in her stuffed bear, a clever method she had used in many times in the past to cast arts unnoticed. All of their hard work had paid off. The infiltration had gone exactly as planned. It was yet another successful for the boy, known as the Three of Swords, and the girl, known as the Nine of Swords, in their life as professional assassins. Okay, so they're both assassins. But yeah, they're pretty cool. I like the characters so far. Them acting the part and just not being themselves to infiltrate. Very cool. Who are they assassinating? Not sure. But that's a great start. So how is that? How do you like my reading? Do you enjoy the story, chat? Are you liking story time? Oh god, it is a lot though. At its scheduled time, the ship departed. As he watched the shoreline shrink into the distance, Three of Swords spoke in a cold, flat voice. Target presence confirmed. Have you pinpointed an enemy positioning? Is our route prepared? Yep, we're good to know. We're good to go, rather. The young girl, known as Nine of Swords, stood behind the boy, answering in a relaxed drawl, the polar opposite of her partner's icy tone. Having been dispatched by the organization, the two laid the groundwork for their mission. The assassination of the man responsible for this voyage, the wealthy merchant Halder Barn. Okay, so the merchant. Yeah, it sucks that your Twitch is messing up, Fanta. I wish I could fix it for you, but I'm glad you're at least able to listen to some of it. The organization was not particular about how they dealt with their targets, whether in swift silence or via reckless violence. Their only real concern was making sure they did not draw the attention of the Bracer Guild or the local police. As a hard rule, 3 and 9 would always select the most efficient method available to them. In this case, their mission was to prevent the ship from arriving in Calvert with Halder still alive on it. Halder had strong ties with Hayway, a sizable criminal organization in the Republic. Should he safely make it to his destination and take refuge under their protection, his extraction and subsequent elimination would prove an exceptionally difficult task. Aside from the engine area, the ship had 3 main floors. The lowest housed a considerable number of general passengers. Naturally, this is where 3 and 9's room was located. The second floor contained a hall used for parties, banquets, and meals, as well as other such events. Finally, the third floor featured luxury rooms prepared specifically for noble use. At present, however, the entirety of the floor was reserved by Halder, who was enjoying the comforts of the room in the farthest back. 3 and 9 put their equipment and tools in order and then sprang into action. Their plan was to head to the hall on the second floor, but not before leaving a little gift on the first. The hall would be packed with passengers once dinner service began. Given that only the ultra-wealthy and those of noble status were in attendance, the menu was likely to be suitably extravagant. Yet, once they arrived, they found that Halder had not elected to appear, an act of caution, perhaps. This was expected, however, and the two took their planned positions in the central area of the room. It's time. 3's quiet murmur was immediately followed by the din of an explosion from the floor below. The passengers began to panic, but their fear slowly subsided to uneasiness as security personnel deployed and headed to the first floor to investigate the situation. In truth, the explosion had been caused by a small makeshift bomb that 3 and 9 had planted in an unoccupied room. The blast wasn't particularly powerful, but it was enough to ignite a number of small fires in the area. Their goal was to lure out security, and in that regard the bomb had more than served its perfect purpose. The plan was progressing apace. Guess I'm up, 9 said in her usual lackadaisical drawl. She gathered up the edges of her skirt in her hands and gently swayed it back and forth, resulting in a number of black spheres thudding down to the floor. A series of muffled pops reverberated throughout the hall, heralding a cloud of smoke and tear gas that quickly filled the room. What's going on? I can hardly breathe. My eyes are tearing up. The gas wasn't especially strong and would have no lasting effects on its victims. However, it was more than enough to send the already uneasy group of elites into a full-blown panic. 3 and 9 then began the next stage of their plan, their infiltration of the 3rd floor. Currently, the bulk of security was on the 1st floor, meaning they would have to pass all the way through the 2nd in order to respond to any emergencies at the top of the ship. The large number of panicking passengers on the 2nd floor wouldn't stall the security for long, but the situation would still buy 3 and 9 all the time they would need. So far, the assassin's plan had gone flawlessly. Still, that didn't mean killing Halder would be easy once they reached him. The two hid themselves in the stairwell on the 3rd floor and scouted ahead. 2 more there, from what I can see. It looks like we'll have 5 to deal with. 9 shared her observations with 3 in a hushed tone. He silently nodded in acknowledgement. One look at the man standing guard ahead was enough to tell them that neither typical passengers nor ship security. They were neither typical passengers nor ship security. They were well armed, and their combat experience was practically carved into their hardened faces. Ex-Jaegers, huh? It was clear they had been hired not to protect the general guests, but to personally attend to Halder. Given that his room was located in the very back of the ship, it meant that the only way to reach him was through the battle-hardened veterans that currently barred 3 and 9's path. Avoiding a fight simply wasn't in the cards this time. Oh, I like that. I like the use of "wasn't in the cards," considering their names are 3 of 9, or 3 of swords and 9 of swords, right? I like that. I assume it's intentional, at least. I'll take lead. As she said this, 9 began to casually walk forward, her posture relaxed. She made no attempts to hide her approach, and even when the guards heard her soft footsteps and turned to look, they didn't register her as a threat, an advantage afforded her by her candy-sweet exterior. "Little lady, you're not allowed up here without permission," one of the guards said in a gravelly voice. Yeah, we know there's been some kind of disturbance downstairs," another chimed in, "but this ain't an evacuation site. Get yourself back to your room." Their tone was a bit harsh, but considering they used to be Jaegers, their attitude towards 9 was almost amicable. She gestured towards Halder's room. "But I want to go in there, pretty please." 9 wasn't putting on the spoiled noble act she had used to sneak aboard the ship earlier that day. This was probably as close to her genuine sleepy intonation as she would allow during a mission. "You wanna meet with Mr. Halder, do ya? Well, today ain't your lucky day, kid, 'cause we got strict orders to not let anyone into his room." "And there's nothing I can do to change your mind?" 9 tilted her head as she spoke, her presence beginning to unnerve the guards. "Nope, and nothing," one of them finally responded. "Oh, I see. That really is too bad." Despite her words, 9 didn't seem especially disappointed by the response. Taking her plush bear in hand, she suddenly thrust it out in front of her. There was a flash of silver and a loud whip, followed by the thud of 2 of the guards collapsing to the ground. Their necks had each been pierced by 2 needles, which had been tipped in poison, a specialty of 9's and her mainstay in combat. Ordinarily hidden within the bear, the needles could be used to quickly disperse various types of poison throughout a target's body when thrown at a vital point. 9 would typically carry up to 10 types of poisons, each suitable for a different situation. Depending on the circumstances, she would even use poison-free needles on occasion. This time, 9 had struck the 2 bodyguards with a neurotoxin that robbed the body of its ability to freely move. While not strong enough to kill, it was definitely enough to immobilize someone of substantial size for a good while. What the... Having sensed something amiss, one of the remaining bodyguards down the hallway turned to see what was happening. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure quickly moving in his direction. Before he could figure out what was happening, however, a blade flashed before his eyes, and he was on the ground, incapacitated, along with his comrades. The swift takedown was executed by 3. He wielded a longsword with a thin blade that appeared sharp enough to cut the very air around it. Its construction resembled that of traditional Eastern swords, albeit with a straight blade instead of the typical curved one. Its design was surprisingly ornate, and curiously enough, it seemed to be missing a hilt guard and part of the blade near its base. The two remaining bodyguards had seen what had happened, and had each already dropped into a fighting stance. No matter how useful their opponents, it was clear they had no intention of pulling their punches. "You little bastards," yelled one of them as he began swinging his axe downward. 3 met the attack with his sword, locking the assassin and the bodyguard in place. Seeing an opening, the other bodyguard drew his sword and attempted to stab 3. While still holding the axe in place with his right hand, 3 quickly drew his short sword with his left, using it to deflect his second bodyguard's attack in one clean motion. The short sword resembled the long sword in nearly all aspects but length. Unlike the long sword, it had a hilt guard, however, it seemed incomplete somehow, as though it was missing a piece. It was much less of an offensive weapon than the longsword, being mainly used for defense. Despite his best efforts to fend off the attackers, it seemed as though 3 would quickly be overpowered. Even for him, it was difficult to hold back the weight of an attack from a grown man with only his right hand. Sensing that he needed to do something quickly, 3 intentionally stopped pushing back on the axe, deflecting it harmlessly to the side. With this remaining strength, he whipped around to face his staggering assailant and plunged his sword deep into his torso. The other bodyguard quickly launched a flurry of attacks, but 3 pushed the critically wounded axe wielder into his comrade. The sword-wielding bodyguard was momentarily taken off guard, and 3 capitalized on the opening, cutting him down with both swords. Right, that should be... 3 turned to notify 9 that the guards had all been dispatched, but as soon as he did, he saw the door to the VIP room open behind her. Out stepped another Axe-Jäger, weapon drawn, his sights set on attacking the defenseless 9 while her guard was down. Too much space separated them for 3 to warn 9 in time. He pushed off his back heel with all his might, but stopped his dash a split second later, as did the final bodyguard. "My, you're pretty sharp. I was wondering how long it'd take you to catch on." 9 turned lazily on her heel and cast a derisive glance over her shoulder. Her expression remained unfazed as thin red stripes appeared over the Jaeger's arms and legs, blood beginning to trickle out like sanguine tears. "Better not move. Wriggle too much and you'll be leaving in more pieces than you arrived." Her sweet appearance made her remarks all the more disconcerting and ghastly. The ex-Jaeger understood that this was no empty threat. He truly couldn't afford to take another step. The cause of his painful predicament was a web of superfine steel threads surrounding him. Thanks to their special processing, the threads were roughly as sharp as a drawer full of top-end kitchen knives. 9 had laid a trap outside the door, one that an unassuming person would have been hard-pressed to detect with the naked eye. Any unfortunate soul who had tried to pass through the area with any degree of speed would have soon found themselves the centerpiece of a grisly, blood-splattered tableau. The threads were connected to specially designed needles. 9 used her... The threads were connected to specially designed needles 9 used as her main weapon. Such thread was notoriously difficult to use, and it was rarely regarded as being sufficiently powerful to use as one's only means of attack. While there were rumors of true masters who needed no other implements to eliminate their targets, 9 had yet to attain such a level of skill with them. That said, she was still a menace in her own right, and a fiendishly clever master of traps besides. As the ex-Jaeger had just learned, 9 tossed a poison needle at her immobilized foe with minimal effort, and her hapless victim collapsed to the floor. She tilted her head to the side as she noticed 3 staring at her. "What? Is something wrong, Ass?" she asked, using the nickname she preferred to call 3 by. She would often refer to herself as N, which 3 took as a shortened version of 9, but when she spoke with 3, she would use S instead of T. He had assumed it to be short for swords, despite the word being part of both of their names, but had never bothered to ask. Nothing at all," 3 tersely responded as he turned to face the VIP room door. At last, the pair stepped into the room housing their target, Haldor Barn. Inside, the room was opulence made manifest, the best of the best, enough to make the wealthiest noble envious. In the center of its spacious layout sat sat Halder Barn, reclined on the sofa. He brought a glass of wine to his lips as his features twisted into a wry, unpleasant expression. Absolute incompetence. Such a simple job, and yet apparently one completely beyond them. Mr. Barn had fully grasped the situation. He had given the order that no one be allowed in, but there were now 2 children standing before him. Given the commotion outside, it had been easy to guess what happened, though their appearances made it hard to believe. The 2 standing before him were no doubt professional assassins, here for his life. Still, Haldor maintained his composure. He kept his realization hidden, refusing to allow so much of a hint of panic to creep into his features. The source of this confidence was a certain colossal machine that sat on the floor before him. Its mere presence made even the impossibly spacious room feel cramped. It towered over 2 arch in height, with 6 spider-like legs protruding from its body. Its humanoid upper half stood erect, with 4 menacing arms stretching out from it. The entire machine emitted an eerie glow, making for a most intimidating sight to behold. "Wowee, that's a big one," Nine remarked, glancing up at it. "An archaism," 3 exclaimed, immediately shifting to a battle stance. "Ha! This beauty is a new favorite of mine, a rather fruitful find at a recent back-alley auction I happened to attend. And it wasn't cheap, let me tell you. But no, I didn't stop there. I'm a man who doesn't do things by half measures. I paid a princely sum to have it outfitted with the most cutting-edge technology available. Mira well spent, in my opinion. I dare say it has enough firepower to easily wipe out an entire platoon of soldiers if I wanted it to. In fact, it'd be mere child's play." Barely able to contain his smug grin, Halder looked like a boastful child showing off his expensive toy at school. "So the bums outside were just bouncers then, and this monstrosity is what's actually here to protect you," 3 deduced. "Oh, a sharp one. That's precisely correct," Halder said gleefully. "As long as I have it by my side, my safety here is guaranteed, and once I make it to the Republic, I'll be untouchable." He let out a long laugh, his voice rising higher and higher, echoing endlessly throughout the gaudy chamber. Shockingly stupid. He really is an idiot, huh? The duo's comments weren't born from simple overconfidence, even if they did somehow fail in their mission, and even if Halders did somehow make it to the Hayway territory. He had already been marked for death by the organization. They would pursue him to the bitter end, to the last man. He had 0 chance of survival. "Attack!" At Halder's order, the archaism lurched into action. It set its sights onto 3, charging straight for him. 9 took the opportunity to begin casting her arts. While her partner specialized in close-quarters combat, she was a force to be reckoned with when it came to orbital arts. As she began the charge, however, one of the archaism's arms rapidly folded out into a gun, the muzzle pointed in 9's direction. Without delay, it sprayed a hail of bullets at her. Whoa! 9 evaded the gunfire by a hair's breadth, but was forced to abandon casting her art. The archaism focused its attention back on 3, who was busy fending off its melee attacks with its longsword. 9 sprinted to the other side of the room and started her cast again. The machine's aim was too adept, however, and she found herself unable to escape it long enough to get an art off. It appeared that their foe was equipped with a powerful arts detection sensor, one that allowed it to identify incoming orbital attacks and counterattack before they could be launched. Forced to abandon her casting yet again, 9 screwed up her face and... Screwed up her face? Okay. I would say scrunched up, but screwed up her face? Sure, why not? 9 screwed up her face in frustration and sullenly gripped her plush bear. This thing doesn't play nice, I quit, she said in a huff. It was a fair point. Poison-tipped needles wouldn't have been particularly effective against the steel plating of a machine. And without the ability to cast arts, 9 found herself at a loss. 3, however, remained unperturbed and readied himself for another onslaught. "I'm gonna grab a little shut-eye. Wake me when the fighting's over, okay?" 9 said as she flopped down on one of the room's sofas, using her bear as a pillow. "9, cut it out! I need you to stay awake," Three shouted from across the room. Despite this, 9 didn't react at all. As she dozed, the archaism seemed to disregard her as a threat. You know what? I get it. Like, I mean, if you're in a fight and you can't do anything, why not grab a nap, right? She's so real for that. Okay, the archaism seemed to disregard her as a threat and fully focused its attention on 3. Its 4 arms, transformed into a sword, a lance, an axe, and a gun, proceeded to launch a relentless string of attacks at the already overwhelmed assassin. 3 leapt out of the way of the machine's arm, as the machine's sword arm, cut an arc through the air, only to then see the lance rocketing towards him. He narrowly avoided it, but his escape path was blocked by a mighty swing of the axe. Meanwhile, the archaism had its gun trained in Helder's direction. Even in the heat of combat, it prioritized protecting its master against any approaching threats. Swift movements and deft swordplay were the foundation of 3's combat style, but they were little use against such a powerful machine. The archaism was simply too fast, and its attacks were both explosively powerful and aimed with deadly precision. Further, its 6 legs afforded its perfect balance, and its multiple arms allowed it to launch attacks faster than 3 could keep up. To his irritation, 3 found his skill set completely useless against the metal monstrosity. Sure, he was a better fit for the task than 9, but only by a slim margin. Regardless, he continued to fight, both blades flashing as they moved to intercept his foe. The sheer number of attacks coming at him forced 3 to focus entirely on defense. He parried, dodged, and deflected the relentless wave of strikes, biding his time, waiting for the machine to leave an opening for him to strike with his longsword. This violent dance continued on for some time. 3 had managed to land a number of blows to the machine's body and arms, but each had resulted in no more than a metallic twang as his blade was repelled by its solid metal armor. It's no use, child. That armor was specifically commissioned, and your pathetic little butter knives don't have a snowball's chance in the Gehenna against them. Haldor's mocking tone grated on 3's nerves. It was made worse by the fact it was clear he wasn't lying. 3's attacks had been completely ineffective so far. Still, 3 had yet to suffer any wounds. Given how things were going, though, it was only a matter of time before he was slowly worn down. Analysis complete. 9 suddenly began speaking, apparently having woken up from her nap. Still lounging on the sofa, she continued her voice, flatter and more precise than usual. Arms, joint 1, down 5 reach. Legs, joint 2, up 3 reach. Waist, rotation axis, center. Left side of chest, up 2/5, left 1/5. The first to respond was not 3, but Halder. You little wench, how did you do that? He was flustered, clearly shocked that 9 had figured out the archaism's structural weak points. 9 slowly rose from the sofa and reverted back to her usual drawl, sleepily rubbing her eyes as she spoke. I could tell by the sound. It takes a bit of concentration, though. Pure disbelief was etched into Halder's face. 3, on the other hand, looked as composed as ever. He had known from the start what 9 was doing. He was simply buying time until the analysis was complete. Now. Right. 3 readied himself and rushed the archaism, his swordplay swifter than ever, a veritable tornado of slashes and stabs. Each of his attacks hit upon one of the weak points that 9 had pointed out. He suddenly switched to his short sword and performed the same volley of attacks, hitting each point a second time. But the result was the same as before, nothing save the same high-pitched metallic sound that rang out with each hit. It didn't appear that the archaism had been damaged, in the slightest. Ha ha ha! Halder was beside himself with laughter, relishing watching the young assassin struggle. What a joke! You can swing those little swords of yours until the Poms come home, but you're never getting through that armor. All part of the process. Letting a simple reply linger in the air, 3 lined up his short sword with the empty section in the base of his longsword. The 2 blades locked into place, becoming a single weapon, their sharp edges lining up perfectly. At first glance, it would be difficult to tell the 2 were ever anything other than a single sword. Halder watched the process with interest. but then burst into mocking laughter a moment later. "Proud of your pocket knife, little boy? Do you honestly think that will be your ticket to victory?" Truth be told, even in its combined state, the reach of Three's sword hadn't improved any, nor was the weapon sharper or faster. The slightly increased weight of the blade may have provided some increase in power, but certainly not enough to break through the Archaism's thick armor. Given the opponent at hand, the weapon truly seemed little better than a toy. Three chose to remain silent and let his weapon do the talking. He swung it at the weak point on the Archaism's leg, the same spot he had targeted before. This time, however, his strike was followed by a loud explosion, and the Archaism's leg flew across the room. The blast seemed to have come from within the Archaism itself, and was powerful enough to have blown its limb clean off. At a glance, it seemed like similar to a fire element art, but neither 3 nor 9 had appeared to have caused anything. Even if they had, the Archaism sensor would have surely detected it. What the? Helder stammered, his face twisted with shock and fear. Another swing by Three's sword, followed by another explosion. A second of the Archaism's limbs was sent flying to a corner of the room. "What the hell is going on?" Helder screeched, no longer trying to hide his panic. His tone quickly deteriorated from alarm to abject terror. "This is no ordinary sword," Three began to speak, his face devoid of expression. "It's fully integrated with the battle ornament, forming a single weapon. Well, strictly speaking, I suppose it's closer to an ordinary ornament than a battle ornament." The location and timing specifications were complicated, as was the use of the specialized ornament in conjunction with some automated processing. The end result was an instantaneous cast time, however. If the wielder was skilled enough, they'd be able to launch powerful arts attacks without the need for any charge-up period. It was in this ability that the true value of Three's weapons lay. But having suffered an enormous amount of damage from the rapid arch strikes unleashed upon it, the Archaism began throwing sparks in all directions. It began to dawn on Helder that victory was no longer an option for him, and he began desperately looking for a means of escape. Stop fighting and get me out of here now," he ordered the Archaism in a shrill yell. Reacting to its new orders, the machine quickly rotated its torso and began moving towards him. "I don't think so," a lazy voice called out from across the room. During the commotion, its remaining spider-like legs had been bound with a complex web of steel thread, rendering it immobile. "This is the end." Three quickly struck its remaining weak points in rapid succession. The resulting series of explosions tore the machine to pieces, littering its surroundings with burned steel and charred components. When the smoke had cleared, the room was so filled with broken parts, it was more scrapyard than sweet. What remained of the Archaism's body had ceased all functions and collapsed, its chassis mangled beyond recognition. Three deftly wove his way through the junk scattered at his feet, silently moving towards Helder. "Stay back!" A pitiful squeak escaped Helder's throat as he scrambled backward, away from the approaching assassin. There was nowhere to run, however. Three's mission was nearing its end, yet he didn't feel happiness, or even relief. He took a step closer. He felt his sword suddenly grow heavy in his hand. He forced himself to take another step. His legs felt like they were encased in concrete. His whole body felt like it was desperately rejecting his advance, trying to pull itself away. Another step. This was how it always ended. All that remained was for him to fulfill his role. He was nothing but a tool, a machine. This was how it was supposed to be. Three took one final step forward. There's no need to share any details with you. Still, I figure you at least deserve to know what's ending your life. To know? Three thought to himself, whose name to curse as you burn in the fires of Gehenna. I am Three of Swords. He plunged his blade deep into Halder's chest, piercing the man's heart. I'm an assassin for the organization. By this point, the panic on the second floor had largely subsided, and the ship's security guards were finally starting to move up to the third floor. Picking up on this, 3 and 9 quietly broke open the window and jumped through it to the sea outside. It's a good thing this mission wasn't on an airship. That would have made escaping way more of a pain, Nine remarked. Agreed. She was right. Escaping from an airship would have necessitated a specialized craft for the operation, or aircraft, as well as forcing the two to leap from ship to ship mid-air. It wouldn't have been entirely impossible for the young assassins, though, and surely someone in their wide world had carried out such an operation before. They had, yeah. S? Nine softly called out to Three, again using her preferred nickname for him. He was a corrupt man, an evil man. The two of them looked back towards the ship. There was no need for further explanation between the two. Yeah, Three said quietly. I know. He had been thorough in reading through the mission's dossier. I knew that Nine spoke true. Halder was a bastard through and through. One that had performed all kinds of horrible acts in the pursuit of Mira. His mere existence sullied the world, and society was better off with him no longer a part of it. Not that it matters either way. When it came down to it, a hit was a hit. A target could be the person with the purest heart on the continent, or the scummiest bottom feeder imaginable. If an assassin order came in from the organization, 3 and 9 followed it. That's how it always was. I guess. 9 went silent. She took something out from her plush bear and began blowing into it. It gradually took the shape of an inflatable raft big enough for one. 9 climbed aboard it and flopped down, once again using her bear as a pillow. I'm gonna catch another few winks. I'll leave this part to you, S, okay? This part meant for 3 to swim them both to shore. Your legs work just fine, he retorted. Do it yourself. Despite his words, 3 felt a twinge of something resembling affection in his heart. He and 9 had been operating together for over a year at this point. She was a little younger than him, and he sometimes found himself thinking of her as more of a little sister than just his partner. Their natural rapport aside, she was also someone he could truly rely on during their missions. Despite this, 3 understood the situation. He understood that even if 9 was his partner, even if he thought of her as a little sister, he could never let his guard down. He could never truly trust her. Oh my god. How much? There's a lot. That was chapter 3 out of 10. Oh my god. God, I do want to read it all, but I'll probably be reading for at least another hour. So strap in, I guess. They haunt me relentlessly. All the people I've murdered over the years. I've cut off their heads, carved their hearts from their chests, sliced their torsos right through the middle. But no matter what I do, an army of corpses continues to pursue me. I see them every time I close my eyes. The politicians, the nobles, the merchants, the rich and powerful. Just leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. I frantically swing my sword at them. I cut and cut, bisecting them, slashing them apart, but they don't relent. Chunks of flesh and bone, viscera and intestines, lungs and brains, they gather into a writhing mass that comes crashing down on me like a gory wave, threatening to swallow me whole. Get away, get away, get away, get away. I try to escape, but they corner me again and again. My victims staring at me with hollow eyes, accusing me. How could you do this to us? How? They throw themselves at me, their decaying fingers gripping my neck, trying to rip the life out of me just as I did to them. Let me go! Let me go! Let me go! I frantically thrash and struggle, but no matter what I do, I can't break away. Rotting blood and bile trickles down my body, dissolving my skin. The wave finally swallows me up. I just want a normal life. I just want my humanity back. I woke from the nightmare, my breath short and ragged. My entire body was soaked in a horrible sweat. I fought back the rising urge to vomit. The night after completing a mission was always like this. The only difference was seeing one more face in the crowd. Even after years, my disgust for murder had never abated, not even in the slightest. No matter how much time passed, I couldn't rid myself of the scars left in my mind by the terrible acts I'd performed, and yet I had no choice but to continue. Nine and I were nothing but tools. Our individual thoughts and ideals had no meaning. They were completely unnecessary. All the organization required from us was a skillful capacity for murder and unquestioning subordination. To kill as we were ordered to, our entire existence boiled down to this singular point. To reject an order or attempt escape was tantamount to suicide. The organization, to even speak its true name, was forbidden. It was a group of professional killers that existed in the shadows of society. Its core business was eliminating marks, but its true objective likely lay elsewhere. As a low-ranking member, I was simply one of the organization's weapons. There was no reason for such info to be shared with me. Most members of the organization had served it since they were children. Children deemed to possess special potential were made to undergo combat instruction and exercises in a place known as the factory. The majority of children who entered the factory would never again see beyond its walls. Unable to endure the merciless training they were put through, it would become their tomb. The lucky ones who did survive, however, were officially recognized as entry-level members of the organization. That's what happened to me. I was forced to abandon who I was when I first passed through the factory's door at 7 years old. Anyone who dared utter their former name would be subject to severe punishment. There was no concept of individuality. Life in the organization meant being nothing more than a tool in their arsenal. It wasn't until I graduated at the age of 10 that I was given a name. It only served to solidify my status as a weapon. However, our names, more like titles, are based on tarot cards. In my case, the moniker I received was from the Minor Arcana, 3 of Swords. It didn't have even the slightest bit of humanity to it, but it was better than having no name at all. Both the higher-ups and a small fraction of the very best candidates were given a name based on the Major Arcana. Everyone who survived training and made it in was skilled, but in terms of combat ability, the Major Arcana could run circles around the rest of us. Rumor had it that they were even more powerful than top-ranked bracers. I left my room and peeked into the neighboring one. It seemed like 9 was still sleeping. It was time for my report, so I had it out on my own. Lower-level members of the organization generally operated in pairs. My partner is 9 of Swords, a girl 1 year my junior. 9 was a natural genius. She graduated from the factory in a single year, despite the fact that the average kid takes 3 to 5. If they even make it to graduation without dropping out, that is. From gathering info to analyzing battle situations, acting abilities to infiltration tactics, she was top class in a multitude of fronts. That's to say nothing of her combat style, which made use of needles and thread, allowing her to control the field of battle and dominate her foes. All in all, her abilities were far better suited to assassinations than mine. It was a bit awkward for us when we were first paired up, but after working together for a year, I could honestly say she was the best partner I'd ever had, and the most reliable. At the same time, she was also the person I needed to regard with the most caution. The reason why the organization used a partner system were twofold. The obvious reason was that it helped facilitate missions, but it also forced each partner to monitor the other. In the organization, betrayal was swiftly returned with death. A tool is doomed to serve until it breaks. As such, we were expected to be a part of the organization the entirety of our lives. As a general rule, we were afforded no freedom. There did, however, exist special rules. If one were to sense that their partner was scheming to betray the organization, they could sell them out to gain their own freedom. All you had to do was make your report, present sufficient evidence of your suspicion, and then you were given the task of eliminating them yourself. If you succeeded, you were free. Simply running away meant resigning yourself to looking over your shoulder the rest of your life. The organization had eyes everywhere. Anyone who wanted true freedom was better off waiting for the chance to turn their partner in. There was another problem too. The worst of the worst would actually fabricate proof of their partner's betrayal in an effort to earn their own freedom. Well, yeah, with a system like that, that would be logically what happens, because people want to be free. That makes sense. Thus, the person you needed to regard with most caution was not an enemy you'd face on any mission, but the partner who was always at your side. You needed to entertain and accept the notion that you could be betrayed at any time. Members did not turn their backs on the organization. This was an absolute requirement for survival, and a lesson I learned very early on through personal experience. 3 years ago, I tried to escape. Well, I suppose it was more we than I. At the time, I was partnered with another boy, one known as the Ace of Swords. Ace was a year my senior, and he was a pretty good guy. We got along well enough, and he quickly grew into an older brother figure for me. He wielded a giant sword with ease, one as long as he was tall, and he used it both to destroy our enemies and protect me. He really was an ace when it came to battle. In that sense, his name couldn't have been more appropriate. One thing Ace and I shared was contempt for the murders we were forced to perform. I can't remember how the idea of escaping the organization came up initially, but I do recall that neither of us objected to it. As I mentioned, the system was set up to prevent individual members from betraying the organization, as they could be sold out by their partner. We figured the best way around that was to simply work together and escape the organization as a team. With our objective decided on, we began planning in earnest. We quickly decided we'd need to execute our plan as far away from other pairs of assassins employed by the organization. The first part of our plan went well enough. We entered Erebonia, thinking that its considerable distance from our normal area of operations meant we could enjoy a certain degree of safety. That was a severe misjudgment on our part, though. The organization had eyes there as well. We were approached by other pairs of assassins twice, and both times ended with combat. We managed to fend them off, however. Ace and I were partners for a reason, and we fought well together. The third time, however, it was our overseer who paid us a visit. To say that his power was overwhelming wouldn't do it justice. It was like trying to fight a force of nature. We barely managed to escape with our lives, suffering heavy wounds in the process. With nowhere else to go, we huddled together in a cave, conscious of the fact that our next encounter with the overseer would surely be our last. There was nothing to be said about the situation, and for what felt like an eternity, we passed the time in silence. "Hey, Ace," I began speaking, believing that it would be the last conversation we'd ever have. "What's up, buddy?" "I just want to say that, all things considered, I think everything could have went a lot worse." "What's that supposed to mean?" He struggled through the pain to force out a little smirk at my comment. "Don't get me wrong, I've plenty of regrets, but still..." Ace waited in silence for me to continue. "Being by your side all this time, well, it's made my life so much better, Ace. And even if we're fated to meet our deaths here, it's a million times better than spending a lifetime as just another tool." The fire flickered. Our shadows danced on the cave wall. Finally, Ace broke the silence, his voice a mere whisper. 3. Thanks for everything, man." "You too, Ace. Thank you." I had said what I needed to say. I felt that if our opponent were to arrive at that very moment, I'd at least be able to give my whole soul to the battle. But then, "If that's how you feel," Ace started. Suddenly the ambiance in the cave completely shifted. Like some horrible hallucination, Ace's icy voice pierced through me, chilling me to the bone. "Then die, buddy. Die for me." My first reaction was slight confusion. I actually interpreted it as a clumsy way of saying that we would face our deaths together. I turned to face him just to clarify, and what I saw next was Ace's massive sword speeding down toward my head. I immediately dodged his strike, and the ground where I had been laying only a moment ago had been shattered into rubble. "Ace, what are you doing?" I cried out. "You can't figure it out on your own? Have you forgotten the final rule for those who betray the organization?" "The final rule? I hadn't forgotten it. I simply hadn't given it much thought. It seemed irrelevant to our situation, but everything clicked into place then. When two partners betray the organization, the only way for one of them to gain its forgiveness was to kill their partner and present the organization with the corpse. The idea behind the rule was to force escapees into a sense of desperation and push them into killing each other, taking care of the problem so the organization didn't have to. To my absolute shock, this was precisely what Ace was trying to do. I understood what was happening, but all I could do was ask why over and over. Ace, why? Why are you doing this? You know, buddy, becoming partners with you was the only bit of luck I've had in my whole goddess damned life. I really did want to be free together, to get our humanity back together. Then why are you? Because I need to survive, he said, his voice dripping with desperation. I can't die like this. Screaming wildly, Ace swung his sword at me again. The same sword that had been used to save my life more times than I could count was now being used in an attempt to end it. Just die, he screamed. I tried to scream back, but the horrible knot in my stomach and the storm of emotions in my heart ensured that the only thing that came out of my mouth was a meaningless warble as I met his sword with my own. Engulfed in despair, I surrendered control to my instincts and engaged this enemy in combat as I would any other. I don't clearly remember what happened from there. All I know is that I was overtaken by rage and sadness and became a slashing, screaming monster. I was finally brought to my senses by the sounds of Ace's body collapsing to the ground. That's how I managed to survive. How I won back my position as one of the organization's tools. And that's where I've been ever since. Our escape was a deadly failure that laid bare my inadequacies. I still hadn't given up on winning back my humanity, but I'd be damned if I was going to trust anyone else ever again. That's a yikes. That's a yikes right there. The organization kind of sucks, by the way. They're not good. They're very much not good people. Yeah. Good morning, Aura. Welcome, welcome. We're doing a reading stream. It wasn't the idea to do a reading stream, but it's a bit of a recap for... Well, I say recap. It's a story that leads into this game, so I wanted to read it. But it's quite long, so I've been reading for like an hour. I did talk about Christmas a bit as well. About the gifts I've gotten. I can actually show you again, if you want. I got some books. I also got like a makeup case thingy with the mirror. It's pretty cool. And I got 3 books. Pokemon of the Day, Sinisty, nice. A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Classic, right? It's don't worry about that. 1984. And Frankenstein. It's very cool. I'm very happy with those. I'm looking forward to reading more. I mean, I'm already reading a lot right now. Even if that wasn't intentional. I've just been meaning to get back into reading a bit since I've missed it, to be honest. It would be better for me, I think, to do that than to, I don't know, doom scroll or whatever. It's probably better if I focus my mind on something that's actually, you know, educational rather than just filling my time. So yeah, hoping that will be fun. You want to read more? I mean, you read stories online, but actual books are better. It can be, yeah. It's just nice to turn the pages, you know. It's nice to have something physical. Don't tell anyone to actually read. I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. I would never tell anyone about your secrets. Okay. Chapter 5 out of 10. We're getting there. We're almost halfway. Oh god, 33 pages? Okay. It's fine. You got a cool Zelda chest from Dickus? I heard about that, yeah. I think you mentioned it during, or Dickus mentioned it during the voice chat when you were drunk. You were really out of it. I don't know if you even remember that, but yeah, Dickus mentioned it. And you finally bought yourself a Switch 2. Nice. I hope you enjoy it. Reading streams? Do you think I should, like, read Frankenstein on stream or something? Would people watch that? They probably would, to be honest. They probably would. You went a bit hard with WiveCon, definitely gonna cut down. Yeah, you were so I don't know what you said, honestly, but you were so far gone. And I don't know if you then fell asleep or something, but you muted yourself and then never came back. So we were just like, I guess Aura's gone. But yeah. Bringing the bottle upstairs was a mistake. Yeah, probably. Usually you should pour yourself something and then leave it at that. You know, don't bring the bottle. My brother made that mistake once with the bottle of vodka. He was, I think, watching, or I don't know if he was watching something or I don't remember. But he was like doing something and then just kept going like this with the bottle of vodka, and then it was empty and he was like, oh no. Yeah. It's not great. Should be careful about that. The town was practically empty, and the first rays of dawn were only just beginning to pierce the dark sky above. Stepping out of the inn, 3 inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the chilly air in an effort to dispel his drowsiness. The town, known as Luzent, was located on the border of Calvert and Reverie. 3 and 9 would often undertake missions in both countries, making the centrally located town a perfect base of operations. East of the town was an official border crossing into Calvert. In stark contrast, westward lay a mountain road known only to select few. It was a treacherous path, to be sure, but also one that facilitated entry into the Republic without the need to go through official channels. 3 headed to the designated rendezvous point, a small hill surrounded by weathered boulders. The site was deep in the mountains, and therefore free of unwanted eyes. There, he found a black silhouette waiting for him. It was a man hidden in shadow, wrapped in a tattered black cloak that obscured his face and body both. Despite his bedraggled attire, his presence had an insurmountable weight to it, instilling a primal sort of fear into any who laid eyes on him. "I'm here to make my report," said 3. Oh, he does look very menacing. In response, the cloaked figure uttered only a single word: "Speak." This man, known as the Overseer, was one of the high-ranking members of the organization. He was given the name of Emperor from the Major Arcana, but those who served under him referred to him simply as the Overseer. As his title suggested, he watched over 3 and the rest of the organization's tools. He was the one who provided mission instructions and received their reports. 3 relayed the details of the Halder mission to the Overseer. As he finished, the man spoke again. Next. Right, regarding 9 of Swords. As part of their debriefing, every member was required to report on their partner's activities. Each of their pair would separately describe what they did and what they observed their partner doing. Even the slightest discrepancy between the pair's report was regarded with suspicion. The objective behind this requirement was to instill them with fear. Fear that any plot they may hatch to betray the organization would swiftly make its way to the ears of their superiors. That is all, 3 said as he finished his report. Very well, the overseer said. You will be contacted with instructions for your next mission once they are ready. Understood. 3 turned to head back to town, but as he did, the overseer spoke again. It was little more than a whisper, but it was delivered with a weight that froze 3 in his tracks. Stop. 3 slowly turned around to face the overseer. As always, his dark hood completely covered his face. It had been 3 years now. You've not been designing any more plans, have you? 3 felt a sudden chill shoot down his spine. The overseer's suffocating gaze was laced with a powerful malice. There was no need for 3 to ask for clarification. He knew the overseer was talking about his escape attempt 3 years prior. The Emperor had personally conducted many of the organization's purges of runaway members. As their very lives became threatened, many lower-ranking members would find themselves overwhelmed by fear, rendering them powerless before the merciless Emperor. Thus, even within the organization, a cruel place in its own right, the Emperor had earned himself a reputation for his savagery. He was also the very same man who had tracked down 3 and Ace during their escape attempt. Had he already picked up on 3's new plan to escape? No. 3 found the thought absurd. He had taken every step with the utmost care and prudence. Further, if the Emperor had obtained some proof of 3's wrongdoing, the young assassin would already be dead. This was a test. If 3 wavered here, even in the slightest, it would mean his end. I will never again attempt something so foolish. I'm a tool of the organization, nothing more. My sole purpose is to take the lives of my targets. The way he cast his eyes, his calculated and practiced manner of speech, his natural breathing patterns, 3 had pulled it off to perfection. Silence hung heavy in the air between them for a moment. Finally, the Emperor spoke. I do hope that's the case. The murderous presence faded from the air, as did the tension that had been building in 3's chest. There are certain expectations riding on your shoulders, the Emperor said. I will devote myself to meeting them, 3 said, in the same practiced tone. He moved once more to return to town and was not stopped this time. He bought it. Back at his inn room, 3 let out a sigh of relief as he collapsed into his bed. Nothing had really happened during his exchange with the Overseer, but nonetheless he felt completely drained. Without exception, each interaction he had with the Overseer was psychologically exhausting. This was to be expected, however, as he was indeed hiding his true intentions from the organization. In truth, 3 had been planning a second escape attempt. The past 3 years had been grueling, but it did nothing to quash his fervent desire for freedom. If anything, his resolve to reclaim his humanity had only grown stronger by the day. However, each day also saw his blood-drenched hands growing yet heavier with sin. He was a mere tool, human in physical form only. What few shreds of humanity still remained in his heart he feared would be forever lost before much longer. Each new day that dawned could be the day that he finally slipped away into being little more than a device, one whose only function was assassination. Put simply, a cold-hearted monster. That was the terrifying future he dreaded above all else. I absolutely need to succeed this time. I need to get out. His plan had 2 requirements he absolutely needed to meet in order to succeed. First off, he needed to avoid a direct confrontation with the Overseer. Second, 9 could not find out about his plan, regardless of their partnership. He had to be careful to avoid even giving the impression that he longed for freedom. Of course, this meant that 3 would be forced to abandon 9, someone who had fought at his side through countless life-or-death situations. The girl was even younger than he was, but for all her genius, there seemed to be something off about her. Nonetheless, whenever 3 thought about the moment he would pull the trigger and finally put his plan into motion, he always felt a strange sensation welling up inside of him. Strangely enough, it was a desperate urge to fill her in. There were a number of times where 3 had tried, actually. Before he could even get the first word out, however, memories of Ace's sword speeding down towards him would flash through his mind. In the end, he always remained silent. I can't take this anymore. I can't let my scars define me. I know what I have to do. There's no other way. 3 shook off the thoughts plaguing him and returned his focus to preparing for his escape. The only person I can trust is myself. The only problem with the reading string is how sore your throat might get. Yeah, I'm making sure to drink a lot. Madelity drinking stream while reading Frankenstein. I don't drink alcohol though. Every page getting gradually increased, just every page getting gradually increasingly getting less and less coherent. I think you added too many words there. The rest of the day went by quickly, and before long, dusk began to settle on the town. The day saw 3's diligence pay off at last. His final preparations had gone as smoothly as he could hope for. The time had finally arrived. He would set his plan into motion that night. Once 9 fell asleep, he would leave town via the mountain road. Once in Calvert, he would be traveling by car, and he had already arranged for a rental to take him up north to a certain city. Once he had arrived, he'd promptly set off to Le Bourg via one of the international airship routes that regularly departed from the city. He had yet to decide what to do after that point. He could stay a night or two in Le Bourg, or perhaps head over to Le Mans. In any case, he needed to get as far away from his current location as possible. He may have been in the lowest rung of the organization, and had little idea what went on among his upper echelons, but he was determined to show them all that he was capable of casting off the shackles they had bound him with. Caw! Caw! His rising determination was interrupted by a crow flying into the room. It made a few circles in the air before landing on the table. What the? Taking a closer look at the bird, 3 noticed a specific crest adorning one of its legs. As he did, his face twisted into a grimace. It could only mean one thing. This was the method the overseer used to communicate. Now? He wants to meet now? It hadn't even yet been an entire day since 3 had delivered his report. The briefing for the next mission, maybe? Even as he said the words, he was gripped by an indescribable sense of dread and anxiety. However much he wanted to simply ignore the summons, it was not a luxury he could afford. The only chance his plan had of succeeding was if he was able to put a good amount of distance between himself and his would-be pursuers before the overseer realized what happened. Were 3 to ignore a direct order, however, the organization would immediately recognize it as an act of rebellion, one that would inevitably lead to his death. Mentally preparing himself for another encounter, one he could not avoid, 3 set out for the meeting location. The rendezvous point was the foot of a small hill deep within the mountains. The same site he had been just that morning, in fact. There remained no trace of the ominous, eerie stillness that had pervaded the place before. Bathed by the light of the setting sun, the weathered boulder seemed wreathed in brilliant flames from a distance. 3 arrived to find 2 figures already waiting for him. The first was the overseer, draped in that same tattered robe as usual. The thought occurred to 3 that it made the man look more the part of the hermit arcana than it did the emperor. At the man's side stood a young girl carrying a large stuffed bear, 9. Her attire was more or less the same as what she wore on the Halder mission, with a few alterations to make it more functional and mobile. Her presence there did not cause any alarm for 3. After all, if they had been called to be briefed on the next mission, it was only natural she would be summoned as well. Something felt different, however. 3 couldn't put his finger on why, but anxiety began gripping his chest. "So, you've arrived," the overseer said as 3 approached. "Yes, what is my task?" The initial exchange was the same as it has always been. What happened afterward, however, was decidedly not. "Make your appeal." "My appeal?" 3 said slowly, the anxiety in his chest rising. "I have received a report detailing your treachery from 9 of Swords." I don't," 3 stammered. He was at an utter loss for words. He had calculated each and every outcome that could potentially happen, going over the steps in his head, time and time again, and the absolute worst one possible was now playing out right before his eyes. A wave of despair washed over him. Could this really be happening again? Had 9 betrayed him, just like Ace? It wasn't possible, 3 thought. He hadn't told her a single thing. He knew that their relationship was strictly professional and he could not under any circumstances trust her. That was just how partnerships in the organization worked. How could she have known? It didn't make any sense. There's been some kind of mistake. 3 attempted to defend himself, knowing full well it was a futile endeavor. You can't talk yourself out of this, S. Oh wait, this is 9. You can't talk yourself out of this, S. No, 3 of Swords. 9 finally spoke, but her usual sleepy demeanor was nowhere to be found. Instead, her voice was crisp, her eyes alert. She removed a scrap of paper from within her bear and showed it to 3. This is your ticket for an airship voyage to Liberal, the one you booked for noon tomorrow. 3 felt the ground fall out from under him. Amidst his shock, a small part of him wanted to yell out that the ticket was fake, that he had the real ticket, but to do so would be tantamount to suicide. 9 continued speaking, as though directly responding to 3's unspoken questions. The ticket you have in your possession is counterfeit. I swapped it for the genuine one while you weren't paying attention. Fresh from completing a mission that utilized this very same kind of forgery, 3 now found himself the victim of the exact same trick. By the way, the name you used to acquire this ticket was Reins Fugger, student of Janus Royal Academy, correct? 9 continued. That's the same name you used for your false ID on one of our missions last year. That would mean you've been planning this for quite some time, wouldn't it? Despite the immediate threat to his life, 3 couldn't help but admire 9's genius. Strangely enough, 3 decided he wouldn't even try to come up with an excuse. 9 had clearly seen right through his plan. She'd seen right into his mind, really. There was just one part he didn't understand. Even if it was her duty to sell him out like this, even if she was a genius, he had been so cautious and prudent in every step of his plan. Yet it had all been laid bare, seemingly without a trace of effort. How the hell had this happened? I take that expression to mean you're trying to puzzle out just how your entire plan was exposed, 9 said, a slight smile playing at the corner of her lips. It was clear to 3 she was toying with him now, mocking him. You do realize I've been watching you the whole time we've been partners, right? You've been my only target right from day one. Her tone was merciless, her words dripping with thinly veiled venom. Yes, I've been watching you, 3. Inspecting, observing. The only real challenge was remaining patient as I waited for you to slip up and finally show your true colors. It's been that way since the moment I became your partner. 3 struggled to wrap his mind around what 9 was saying. The fact is, you did attempt to betray the organization, but even if you hadn't, I would have falsified whatever I needed to in order to ensure your demise. Yikes. She continued to speak, leaving nothing unsaid, despite the overseer's presence. With each word, 3 felt more and more baffled. He could understand her observing him to the degree that their job required, but where was this malicious hatred of hers coming from? She'd felt this way from the start? Why? The overseer, who had been silent for some time, let out a low, derisive laugh. I take it you have yet to figure it out? Who she is, I mean? 3 could not, for the life of him, figure out what this was supposed to mean. He looked over at 9, searching for some sort of clue. All he was met with, however, was a glare of pure hatred, one that made him shudder in fear. He had never seen her look that way before. Do you remember Ace of Swords, your former partner? She began, before her voice gained a measured, deadly weight to it. The one you murdered? He was my brother. Dun dun dun! Oh my god. The drama. Artemis, hello. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the reading stream. Three's world began spinning. He started to feel violently ill. His senses dulled, his mind went blank. It became hard to breathe, as though he were being pulled to the bottom of the sea, the air crushed out of his lungs by its unrelenting pressure. Now, after all this time, I can finally avenge his murder. We barely heard Nine's words, as his head swam with thoughts. Ace was Nine's brother? She had known everything from the start. She had been biding her time, hiding her true intentions from the moment they'd first met, always keeping a watchful eye for a suitable opportunity to arise, an opportunity to claim her vengeance. Three stood there, dumbfounded, as though he had lost the ability to speak entirely. I see no need for you to sputter through an excuse, the overseer said, reading the shock clearly written across Three's face. We have all the facts we need. You will be purged from the organization. As per our rules, your partner Nine of Swords will now end your life. Hearing the overseer's words, Nine stepped forward. If you wish for assistance in this task, he said, turning to her, you will not be penalized. The reward will remain the same. The only condition is that you must be the one to deliver the final blow. Once you have eliminated him, your obligations will be cleared, though I admit the idea of losing such talent pains me. The reward? The right to one's freedom, gained by uncovering and then executing a partner who had betrayed the organization. The yearning for this freedom had dominated Three's existence for years, and now Nine would be the one to gain it. In exchange for his life. Allow me the honor of doing it alone, she responded. I will avenge my brother's death with my own hands. She took another step forward, producing a number of poisoned needles from inside her bear. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched them at Three. He instinctively drew his sword and batted the needles out of the air. The combat tactics that had been drilled into him dictated he close the distance between them, yet he didn't take so much as a single step. His parry was purely reflexive, programmed into his mind through years of combat. He had no intention of truly fighting back. Perhaps it was partially because he didn't want to hurt her. More than anything, however, it was because he knew there was no point in resisting. Even if he did manage to best Nine, he would need to take on the Emperor afterwards, and he knew that was a battle he had no chance of winning. Three simply accepted his fate was to die there and then, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Nine pulled out roughly twice as many needles as before, and again launched them at her former partner. In response, he automatically drew his short sword and used both blades to swiftly deflect them. In Three's mind, the thought slowly began to sink in. This was his retribution for killing Ace. Nine leapt at him, closing the distance, and began attacking with an even greater intensity. Someone like me, Three thought, someone who slaughters a friend to preserve his own life, doesn't deserve freedom. Someone like me doesn't even deserve to live. Nine continued her assault, attacking with both her needles and her thread. Were this an ordinary situation, there was no chance she would be a match for Three in close quarters fight. However, his heart was not in the battle, causing a significant shift in the balance of power in the fight. Eventually, Nine managed to decisively gain the upper hand, successfully looping her thread around Three's neck. I'll die for her vengeance, he thought. Maybe that's the only outcome that makes sense. Maybe that's the end I deserve. Nine deftly moved her fingers, and the steel collar tightened around Three's neck. This is the end, she said in a flat, frigid tone. Three knew what would happen next. He closed his eyes, choosing to await his end in silence. But the cold embrace of death did not come. Shock. Okay, so now we get to see Nine's point of view here. Bit of a flashback, I suppose. We don't get to see the conclusion yet of that fight. Or, I mean, was it a fight? He didn't really fight back much. Either way. My mother died soon after I was born. From that point, it was just me, my older brother, and our dad. As far back as I can remember, my dad was a monster. He took the Mira Mom left us and used it entirely for himself, spending each day drinking it away. He made no effort to put it to good use, to do anything that might help our family. And when he was in a bad mood, what little safe haven we had was violently wrested away. My brother acted more like a parent than my dad ever did. Whether at home or out somewhere else, he always protected me. I really hated that house, but I always felt like it was bearable when he was there, by my side. Those days didn't last for long, however. I was still quite young when the household ran out of money and Dad decided to put us to work. There weren't many options for a child to earn much Mira, though, and even between my brother and I, our income barely made us scratch in the mounting debt. One day, my brother vanished and Dad announced he had let him spread his wings. In other words, he had abandoned him. It was at that point that I stopped thinking of that monster as my family. Even in such an awful situation, I still held on to the idea that my brother would come back to me one day. That meant my only option was to stay there until he did. 3 long years later, I finally received a letter from him. He wrote that he was in a miserable place, but that he was managing to stay alive. I was able to send him a reply via the same method, thrilled to have found a connection with him once again. I eventually found out he was being forced to work as a killer for a shadowy society called the Organization. The things he said he had to do were awful, inhuman. Just from reading his words, I could feel his pain as though it was my own. He said that the Organization was nightmarishly strict, and that it was only thanks to his partner that he was able to send me letters in the first place. My brother wrote a lot about his partner, describing him as a true friend, almost like a younger brother. This was the only topic where I saw his writing soften, where he seemed happy. Naturally, I found myself wanting to meet this person, but that was impossible, and I knew it. I couldn't even meet my own sibling, let alone his partner in some secret assassin cabal. We continued exchanging letters like this for some time, but even that came to an end. The household ran out of Mira again, and I knew what was coming. I could tell it would soon be my turn to leave. I wrote my brother, telling him as much. He wrote back, telling me that he and his partner had decided to escape the Organization. I could sense from his words just how resolved he was to do it. He followed his declaration with a promise to come for me, to get me out of that hellhole of a home. What followed, however, at the very end of his letter was a grim note. If this escape somehow ends in failure, I'm going to prioritize my partner's life over my own. If it comes down to it, I'll sacrifice everything to make sure he at least gets out of here. You can trust him. If anything happens, you can rely on him to help. Oh, so Ace never intended to actually kill 3. He started to fight 3 so that 3 would kill him instead and still be free. Well, not free, but that he would still be alive. Interesting. So this is all a scheme. Interesting. I wonder what 9 is going to do then. Like, what is the plan? I wonder. I guess we'll find out. That was the last letter I ever received from him. In the end, he never came back for me, and our dad kicked me out, just as I thought he would. He had become a slovenly mess. From the look of it, he had gotten himself addicted to some especially nasty substances, the kind that tend to quickly drain one's finances. I knew they were destroying him physically as well, but I had stopped caring long ago. I was done with that disgusting scumbag I once called my dad. I used an intermediary to secure an opportunity to join the Organization. It was right as I was entering training that I learned of my brother's death. I was told he was killed by his own partner. It was then my world began to fall apart. I threw myself headlong into training, not thinking of anything else. I was distraught and trying to escape reality however I could, I ignored everyone around me, and even myself. I let my soul slip into hibernation and fully assumed the role of one of the organization's tools. During the day, I would follow orders, not thinking for myself, but then night would come, and I'd have nothing to distract me. My mind would be tormented by thoughts of my brother's passing. The realization that I was now truly alone in the world shook me, as did the notion that my hands would soon be irreversibly stained with blood. Once the fear set in, there was no escaping it, and I gradually lost the ability to sleep properly. The body does have a limit, of course, and I'd eventually fall unconscious for about an hour a night, 2 if I was really lucky. But it wasn't sleep, not really. It was far too shallow for me to physically or mentally recover much, and what little rest I did get was plagued with nightmares. Even after I had woken up, those bizarre, horrid sensations remained. A year passed like this, with no improvement whatsoever. Despite that, I was able to graduate from the factory at an exceptionally fast pace. That was when I finally had my chance to meet him. The boy who had fought alongside my brother as his partner. He had just finished his own re-education, a consequence of betraying the organization. As fate would have it, we were assigned as partners. He was the one who had stolen my brother from me, so I was resolved to despise him from the moment we met. I quickly kept a close eye on him, observing each and every one of his movements. Before long, though, something unexpected happened. Perhaps all of my pent-up fear and exhaustion had finally boiled over. Perhaps it was just my instincts telling me the truth I had been ignoring. Whatever the reason, one day we were out on a mission, and I found myself able to sleep when I was next to him. I mean, actually sleep. Deeply and soundly for the first time in an entire year. There was something about his presence that gave me a sense of security. It wasn't unlike how I remembered feeling being next to my brother, strangely enough. When I woke up from this much-needed rest, so many things came rushing back. Suddenly, without warning, I found myself bawling, and all these tears came pouring out. The chains that had sealed away my heart slowly began to loosen. I started feeling human again. I could feel my emotions for the first time in what felt like an eternity. As soon as he saw me crying, the boy quickly came over to console me, but that just made me sob harder. I quickly discovered my new partner really was the person my brother wrote so fondly about. Blunt and a little awkward, but overall a deeply kind person and a very thoughtful partner. Despite being shackled to the organization and forced to kill for years, he had yet to fully surrender his humanity. He did seem to be bearing a great sorrow, one far more intense than anything my brother had described. I could tell he wasn't the kind of person capable of betraying and murdering a friend to ensure his own survival. Given my brother's letter, it wasn't hard to work out what had really happened. After making their escape, the two were backed into a corner, and their prospects were grim. Rather than both of them being killed, it was better that at least one of them survived. The only way for that to happen was for one to kill the other, to gain forgiveness in the eyes of the organization. My brother knew his partner would reject the idea outright, and that even if he did accept it, he would insist on playing the part of the sacrifice. I was absolutely sure of that much. That's why my brother ended up feigning betrayal in order to get his partner to fight back, and ultimately kill him. It was a plan that would spare his partner's life, but also deeply scar him in only the way an unexpected betrayal could. From that point on, being near him was the only way I ever was able to secure enough sleep. And sleep I did. Every chance I got, midday, during our missions. If there was even the slightest opportunity, I was out like a light. After all, I needed to catch up on the year of rest I had been robbed of. It was a truly surprising turn of events for me, to say the least. I soon learned the boy was tormented by constant nightmares. I imagined the incident with my brother played a big role. There were so many moments where I saw how he was suffering and wanted to tell him the truth, but I would always stop myself at the last second, telling myself the time wasn't right. Our missions occasionally called for performances of a sort to deceive onlookers. He was always pretty terrible at it. It was hard to say why exactly that was, though. His movements were fine enough, as were his facial expressions. The factory emphasized all those things in its teachings, so he had received ample instruction there. It was just that he always seemed to overdo things, or drastically underdo them. I wondered if it may have something to do with the unshakable seriousness he always seemed to have about him. It could be a real problem sometimes, even to the point where he would become more of a liability than an asset. Any onlooker with half a brain would be able to tell something was less than genuine about his performances. I came to the conclusion he was just naturally bad at deceiving others. That's why I had to keep my plans from him, to prevent his terrible poker face from giving us away. He'd been earnestly working on his escape for a very long time. I, of course, understood the immense difficulty of his task, and why he had to keep it to himself. Still, it made me a bit sad that he never spoke to me about it. He was in a precarious position, given that the organization still had its doubts about him. I wasn't about to do anything to put him at risk, of course, but his shaky acting alone could very well have led to the organization seeing through his carefully laid scheme. If that happened, it would be the end of him, no question about it. The situation hadn't quite reached that point yet, but I knew it was only a matter of time before it did. After the Halder Barn mission had wrapped up, I went to make my report. The man I reported to had an aura unlike anything I'd ever felt. He was the evil monster who managed the two of us. The organization's overseer, the Emperor. He was the one forcing us to kill. His face was always obscured by a robe, but it failed to mask the malice that overflowed him. That day, he had a quiet, deadly exuberance about him, like a hawk that had locked onto its prey. There was no mistaking it. I knew he had caught on to my partner. He knew he intended to betray the organization again. I knew he would gleefully purge him when the time came, and that time was getting closer with each passing day. If that's how things were going to be, I told myself, I would just have to get ahead of him and put my own plan into motion. The Emperor's intentions were obvious. Aware of the cruel history my partner and I shared, he had made us partners in a bid to slowly push me towards revenge. He knew I'd eventually break and sell my partner out, forcing him to go through another bitter betrayal. The Emperor was looking forward to watching it all unfold. We were both tools of the organization and the personal playthings of the Emperors. So I decided to give him exactly what he wanted to see. Once I'd finished my mission report, I told the Emperor of my partner's intent to betray the organization. I then shared my plan to lure him to a specific place, where I would then eliminate him. I gave a detailed explanation, making it as enticing as possible for the Emperor. It was easy enough to gain his consent, even with his face hidden under his cowl. He could hardly contain the excitement in his voice over the coming slaughter. The laugh that escaped his throat was a sound so vile it still haunts me to this day. Anato, hello. I am rereading everything. Well, I didn't read the full 3 and 9 story, I don't think. At least not on stream. I did read parts of it. But I thought everyone should know this going into this game, I think. Including me. It's a bit of a reminder, so... Later that evening, my partner arrived at the designated location, the base of a hill deep in the mountains. At first, he was horribly shaken by the realization that he'd been betrayed again. When he learned who my brother was, though, his face changed. I watched his surprise turn to despair, which in turn shifted to absolute acceptance of his fate. To call what I saw heart-wrenching didn't do it justice. I focused my efforts on giving him the most vicious glare possible, one equal parts mocking and murderous. I came up with the foulest, most malicious things I could bear to say, trying to cut him to his very core. After all, the Emperor was standing right next to me, and if I was to be convincing, I couldn't afford even the slightest hesitation. I stepped forward. I was going to eliminate him. I shifted closer to my partner, in order to facilitate my threat attacks, or so I made it appear. My true objective was to put some distance between myself and the Emperor. Once I had my thread around his neck, the battle was as good as over. From there, I knew I could end his life with the flick of a finger. This is the end. I meant those words from the bottom of my heart. A transparent cord ran through the center of the web of a thread under my control. Manipulating this cord allowed me to set off a chain reaction that twisted it into a complex spiral shape I would often use to trap distant foes during missions. Fully focused on watching his toys in the throes of bloodthirsty vengeance, it was the Emperor who had relaxed his guard the most, right at the climax of our battle. I seized the opportunity, and with perfect timing, I was able to ensnare the unwitting Emperor, leaving him shackled and immobile. The key was the transparent cord. It may not have had the same cutting power as steel thread, but it was more than twice as strong. Even so, I couldn't count on it to hold the Emperor for long. Without a moment's delay, I summoned all my strength to pull on another cord. A low rumble sounded out, and a section of the rocky hill collapsed, dropping a torrent of rubble below. I had taken my time to find the perfect location, one with brittle bedrock that I could have break away on cue. The stones roared and tumbled in a huge wave, hurtling down towards the Emperor. In the middle of it all was a giant boulder with more than 10 arch across. Arch is meters, by the way. Time seemed to slow as it fell directly down on the Emperor's head, the thunder of the rock slide drowning out all other sound. Finally, it all came crashing down. The aftermath looked as though a catastrophic earthquake had just taken place. The Emperor had taken a direct hit from a massive boulder. There was no way he could have survived that. Even if he somehow had, he was now buried alive. My partner looked on in confusion, still processing what had just happened. "S," I cried out, finally able to use the name I preferred to call him by. I ran over to him and buried my head in his chest. This was where I felt the most safe, by his side. I nuzzled up against him, holding him tight, never wanting to let him go. I had never hugged him before then. I had always been too afraid to do so. "I'm so sorry I said those horrible things," I sobbed. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth." There was so much more to explain, but those were the things I wanted to say to him most. Even though he was still reeling from everything that had just happened, he was still kind enough to hold me close and try to calm me down. "Nine, what in the world?" Before he could finish his sentence, something I never predicted happened. The small mountain of fallen rocks and boulders shifted slightly. Pebbles began to rise up into the air. It was slow, but unmistakable. "What's happening?" Dumbfounded, all we could do was look on in confusion. "Is it some kind of space element art? There's no way," I mused aloud. No, that didn't seem right. Perhaps it was some kind of device that functioned the same way as an airship's anti-gravity components? I didn't understand what was happening. I just sat there staring blankly, my mind racing for an explanation. Before I could reach one, however, my partner spoke, his voice steeped in panic. "That's the Emperor's power. But that would mean..." It meant the Emperor was still alive. More and more rocks began floating upwards, taking their place among the ever-increasing collection, gently balanced in the air. "Nine, we need to move." I continued to sit there, absolutely at a loss on what to think. 3 grabbed my hand and we set off in a sprint. We were able to cover a good amount of distance before we heard what sounded like a massive explosion behind us. We turned to see boulders and rocks of all sizes being flung upwards into the sky, like a volcano erupting before our eyes. You wonder if Sharon's thing is similar to this girl's? Kinda, the threads definitely, yeah. Sharon does a very similar thing. Also the needles and stuff. Yeah. 3 and 9 ducked into a mountain cave on the outskirts of Luzent. They had fled from the Emperor as fast as their legs could carry them, and were now completely out of breath. As they sat there together, 9 told 3 everything she had kept from him until now. She told him about Ace, about herself, the details of her plan, and finally what Ace's true intentions were on that night 3 years ago. At the start, 3 occasionally chimed in or asked questions, but as the conversation went on, he fell silent. By the end, his head was hung so low that 9 couldn't see his expression. He had been utterly convinced that his friend, his one true friend, had betrayed him, when in reality Ace had sacrificed his life to ensure 3 would survive. And as thanks for that incredibly selfless act, 3 had not only killed him, but had spent the past 3 years despising his memory. Then came his sister, risking her life to save her brother's killer. 3 felt his chest tighten up in a wild mix of emotions. As a wild mix of emotions ran through his head, threatening to overpower him. He was grateful for being fortunate enough to have 2 people in his life, Ace and 9, who he could fully trust. At the same time, he felt a bottomless well of anger burst up. Anger at himself, the pathetic excuse for a human being that he was. Battered by his storm of emotions, his breathing became increasingly ragged. "S, are you crying?" 9 looked on in concern, having finished her story. She didn't need a response, however. 3's pained silence spoke volumes. "I'm fine," he said, returning to his usual blunt tone. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better?" 9 asked. "I said I'm fine." Despite his words, 3's head still hung low. "You're an awful actor, but you're an even worse liar when you're not performing, you know that?" 3 sunk down to his knees. 9 moved over to him. Taking his head in her hands, she began gently ruffling his hair, like a mother comforting a child. "Everything's okay now," she murmured gently. "It's all okay." "But I... 3 stammered, his voice growing weak and hoarse. The last bits of 3's facade broke down, overwhelmed by 9's kindness, and he relented at last. 9 was younger than 3 and definitely looked the part, but in that moment, she showed an almost motherly level of understanding and compassion. For someone like 3, who grew up without that warmth, it was his first time being comforted by someone, his first time feeling the warmth of family. "I know how strong you've had to be, S. I know how hard it's been for so long, but it's okay now, I promise." No longer able to hold his emotions back, he finally broke down. A lifetime's worth of tears came flooding out of his eyes all at once. I'm such a wretched excuse for..." He sobbed, no longer able to control his voice in the slightest. Hot tears poured down his cheeks, staining the cool floor of the cave. "That's not true. You know that's not true," 9 said softly, continuing to run her fingers through his hair. "Why am I still alive? Why isn't Ace here instead?" He weakly stomped his fist against the ground in frustration. "Not another word of that. I won't hear it. You're the one who's been there for me for the past few years. You, S. But it's because of me that Ace... Listen, that just means you need to fight twice as hard. You're living for him now too." I... 3's words failed him as he was overtaken by sobbing, his years of pain and suffering pouring out of him. After some time, 3 was able to calm himself down somewhat and regain his composure. "I'm here for you, so you don't have to cry," 9 told him. "But if you ever want to, then that's okay too." "So which is it then?" 3 retorted, his detached demeanor creeping back. He suddenly became aware of the fact he was in her arms and hurriedly pulled away, immediately shifting the conversation back towards exchanging information in an attempt to mask his sudden embarrassment. They finished catching up and turned their attention to their current predicament. "So the overseer had me figured out. He knew I was going to try to make a run for it, and that's why he moved to strike first, in order to outmaneuver him," 3 thought out loud. "That's right. I've been watching this whole time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take him down. I wish you'd told me beforehand. And let you spoil the element of surprise with your awful acting skills?" 9 gave a wry grin. "Yeah, I don't think so." 3's face scrunched up a bit. Both 9 and the Emperor had caught on to his plan, so there was little room to defend himself in that regard. "I chose the moment he'd be the most distracted," 9 continued, switching to a serious expression. My timing was perfect and my preparations were more than enough, but despite all that, despite everything, despite being buried under a pile of massive boulders, the Emperor was still very much alive. No matter how much she thought, Nine simply couldn't figure out how that was possible. It's likely his power at work, 3 said. He had said the same thing earlier, right as they took off running. What exactly is his power? 9 asked. I'm fairly certain he can control gravity somehow, 3 said. He did something similar when Ace and I fought him 3 years ago. 3 wrenched open a bitter, painful memory and began relaying what he remembered to 9. He and Ace had been sent to fend off the first 2 pairs of assailants sent after them by the organization, but then they had come to face the Emperor. Even with the element of surprise on their side, even when they coordinated their attacks perfectly, facing him proved exceptionally difficult. They found their bodies heavy and clumsy, and their movements lacked precision and skill. The Emperor, on the other hand, was nimble as could be, almost inhumanly so, and the 2 were quickly overpowered. So what do you think? 3 looked at 9, awaiting her input. There is no sign of him starting any cast or charge up, so I doubt he's using arts, she said, her brow furrowed in thought. As for a portable gravity manipulation device small enough for a single person to carry and conceal, well, given modern technology, it's seriously hard to imagine. He might have an artifact or something like it. An avalanche couldn't kill him, and he has enough precise control to be able to move individual stones and builders. 9 scratched her head in frustration. This sucks. We really don't have a lot to go on here. She paused, thinking a moment more, and then continued. In any case, unless something major changes, he's too powerful for us. Any attempt at a direct attack is going to result in our deaths. They fell silent for a time, until three spoke up, a grave expression on his face. If the time comes when we have to choose, we're going to prioritize your life, 9. You need to be the one to Stop it! 9 silenced 3 with an outburst of pure emotion, far more raw than her usual self. But then at least you'd be able to— If you die, I'm going right after you, she shouted. I'll do it myself if I have to. The calm, motherly figure from before was nowhere to be seen. 9 was in a frenzy now, almost like a child throwing a tantrum. Regardless of her tone, however, her words were heartfelt and earnest. I can't go back to not being able to sleep, her voice dropped to a whisper. I can't go back to being alone. The weight of her feelings were clear to 3. Seeing this, he let out a short sigh. Then you have my word. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. That's not what I'm asking for. Okay, you're right, 3 said, taking a deep breath. Then, I promise that we'll survive this. We'll get through it together. 9 looked at 3 with imploring, almost pleading eyes. You swear? I swear, he said. Now, if we're going to have any chance at all, we'll need to do everything perfectly. The rock slide was massive enough that despite the fact that he survived it, it was hard to imagine the Emperor was completely unscathed. If they tried to flee now, the organization would quickly find them again, and they would have to contend with the Emperor at his full strength. The pair knew if they were going to make a move, now was the time. Let's do it then.
Remember that when you
We'll
feel
take him
scared
out.
or frightened, never forget Stims when you feel happy.
Thank you, Fanta.
When day is dark, all remember happy day.
All remember happy day. After reading all this, some next arc events make more sense. I didn't read every chapter. Yeah, this is why I wanted to fully read this, to get a lot of context for these characters, because I don't know them at all, obviously. And it's a good story, I mean, it's very well written. You find it unbelievable to put so much story in a novel and not in the game. That is true. That is very true. It's still very cool though. 3 and 9 returned to the hill, or more accurately, where the hill used to be. It was now completely unrecognizable. A sizable chunk of it was gone, having been strewn about the area in the form of countless bits of rubble. The Emperor stood right where they had left him, seemingly unfazed. As 3 and 9 had surmised, he had sustained at least some manner of injury. Nothing major, but his ever-present robe, under which he had hidden his face, had been reduced to little more than a shredded cape. Underneath, he wore a gold helmet, bearing a crown design. In his hand, he carried a gold scepter with a spherical tip, and his body was covered in golden armor. The word ostentatious was insufficient to describe his heavily gilded countenance. Everything about him suggested both needless grandeur and wicked condescension. Oh god, already don't like this guy based on just what he's wearing, let alone what he's done. Golden armor? Come on, man. I knew you would return. You two aren't complete fools after all. The Emperor called out to them. 3 and 9 remained silent as they slowly approached. So, have you decided? Which of you two will gain the organization's forgiveness? 3 and 9 turned to each other and nodded. 3 removed his hand from his sword, leaving it sheathed. 3 knelt down and closed his eyes, showing acceptance of what was to come. In response, 9 pulled out some of her poison needles and silently launched them at 3's neck. Or at least, that's how she made it appear. At the last second before the needles parted from her fingers, she deftly altered their trajectory, sending them speeding towards the Emperor instead. The envenomed projectiles whizzed perfectly through the air as ever. However, as they neared their intended target, they suddenly curved downwards sharply, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. Very well. I hear your answer loud and clear, the Emperor proclaimed, looking up at the pair. You both wish to die today. Not a chance, 9 called out, throwing another volley of needles directly at the Emperor. Their trajectory suddenly shifted again, this time upwards. From his kneeling position, 3 quickly shifted his stance and pushed forward off the ground with all the power he could muster in his legs. He launched himself at the Emperor, breaking into a full-on charge. We've had enough. You're the one meeting their death today. 3 began slashing away at his target with incredible speed. His lightning-quick strikes grew slow and sluggish as soon as they neared the Emperor, however. With his assailant's speed so drastically curbed, the man was able to use his golden scepter to effortlessly bat aside the boy's assault. In the same instant, 9's second set of needles changed direction mid-air and began falling straight towards the Emperor. She had managed to calculate the range of his gravitational field with just a single throw. Once she understood its effect on projectiles, she was able to revise her trajectory. Moreover, she had factored in the increased acceleration from the higher gravity, meaning her needles would hit harder than normal. Despite all that, however, her attack was neutralized by a flick of the Emperor's gilded arm. It was still not enough to penetrate his armor. It was, however, more than sufficient to arouse his ire. You dare defy me? Me? Livid, he swung his scepter downwards. 3 immediately reacted, just barely managing to block the attack with his sword. Even so, the impact alone threw him back several arcs. 3 could feel his brain rattle in his skull from the force of the blow. There was no way the Emperor's physical strength and the weight of the scepter alone could do that. It occurred to 3 that there must have been some other way he was able to manipulate gravity. You will be purged, the Emperor said in a low growl, the same words 3 had heard him say a few hours ago, and years ago. When the Emperor spoke like this, it was nothing less than the arbitration of a death sentence. At the sound of those words, past memories bubbled up in 3's mind, and an old terror began to grip him. His legs grew wobbly, and he started to stagger. One glance back at 9 was all it took for him to restore his resolve. He forced himself back on his feet, reflexively snapping into a fighting stance, and 9 continued to provide covering fire with her needles as he resumed his assault. Their approach proved no more fruitful than before. Even so, as 3 continued to fight under such grueling conditions, he slowly became more capable. His understanding of his foe's gravitational trickery improved, and his strikes grew more swift and precise as a result. The way his muscles intuitively reacted, the angle and speed at which he swung his swords, he was slowly chipping away at the Emperor's overwhelming advantage. Though 3 may not have enjoyed the same powers of insight his partner possessed, his skills in close quarters combat were elite by even the most exacting of standards. For her part, Nine's cover was solid and unwavering. Realizing her needles had no hope of piercing the Emperor's golden plating, she had instead begun aiming for gaps between its pieces. It was an incredibly difficult task, but as she grew more accustomed to the disrupting effects of the gravitational field, she was gradually getting closer. She began weaving in offensive arts along with her volleys of needles in order to keep the Emperor on his toes. Her attacks appeared simple enough for her foe to deal with, but they still managed to pull his attention away from 3, even if only for a moment. The fight raged on, and after a bit of time, 3 and 9 appeared to have finally begun gaining the upper hand. Yet the Emperor did not seem fazed in the slightest. His expression was unreadable beneath the shadows of his helmet, but it was clear from his body language he still believed himself fully in control of the situation. 3 managed to land the occasional strike, but even his sword seemed to do little against the Emperor's impossibly resilient armor. In an attempt to land a heavier blow, 3 launched himself into the air, intending to let the gravity carry his swords downwards as 9's needles had. However, he found himself soaring up far higher than he had intended, impossibly so. As though he had suddenly sprouted wings, his mark completely missed. He lost his sense of balance and began tumbling through the air. He quickly realized it could only have been due to more of his foe's trickery. Reduced gravity? Expertly seizing the opening, the Emperor raised the scepter overhead, then swiftly swung it downward. As if mimicking the motion, 3 suddenly dropped out of the air, thrown to the hard ground below like a ragdoll. Gah! The air knocked out of his lungs, 3 struggled to catch his breath, spitting up mouthfuls of blood in between gasps. Get out of my way, he's not done! Saved by 9's frantic warning, 3 just barely managed to roll out of the way. A split second later, the scepter slammed down into the ground where it had just been. As the gravity-enhanced scepter connected with the rocky ground below, it let out a powerful blast, leaving a crater in its wake. The resulting shockwave launched 3 to the side, knocking him to relative safety. Had he taken a direct hit, he would have been completely pulverized. Though dazed, he was still aware enough to signal to 9 that he was okay. He forced himself to his feet. The battle had completely changed. The Emperor had begun manipulating gravity levels on a constant cycle, and 3 was forced into a defensive position. Whenever he managed to get a handle on his foe's barrage of attacks, he found the gravity level altered yet again, forcing him to start back at 0. It was impossible for him to fight in such ever-changing conditions. The situation was taxing for 9 as well. She found herself forced to constantly recalculate the field's range and gravity value, severely reducing the number of effective attacks she was able to launch. Despite their bleak outlook, the two of them continued to hold out. Even when pressured, 3 served as an excellent vanguard, consistently denying the Emperor any opportunities for a decisive strike. 9, meanwhile, continued to back him up flawlessly, acting with a surgical precision that ensured no opening went to waste. "S," she called out to him as he leapt back, putting some distance between himself and the Emperor. "I think I figured something out. Let's hear it." 3 waited for her to continue, keeping his guard up and watching closely for any sign of attack from the Emperor. "Have you noticed anything different from when you and Ace fought him before? Was he carrying anything in his left hand back then?" 3 glanced at his foe's left hand, seeing it empty. He thought back to 3 years ago. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure he had an orb with him, purple with the golden sculpture of a crow on it. The battle back then was completely one-sided. "Just as I suspected," 9 nodded. 3 had also sensed something different, but he had simply chalked it up to the Emperor toying with them. as he didn't consider them to be a true threat to him. Factoring what Nine just pointed out, however, casts things in a much different light. Oh, so you've realized? The Emperor paused his onslaught, as though in recognition of Nine's keen observations. You see the implements he has on him now? I suspect at one point he had 4 different artifacts that let him control gravity. 4, huh? 3 said, taking note of the Emperor's equipment. Right, a helmet with a crown motif that can increase or reduce the overall level of gravity. Armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they're received. A scepter that sends out a devastating gravitational wave when it makes contact with its target. And an orb with a crow perched on it that allows its wielder to alter gravity on a target-by-target basis. Nine paused her explanation for a moment as she looked defiantly at the Emperor. The reason he had worn that tattered cloak was now clear. If someone were to wield so many artifacts at once as he did, it would be necessary to conceal them. Failure to do so would surely attract unwanted attention from the church. Now that you mention it, this time around he hasn't been moving faster while slowing us down at the same time. 3 said. When we fought him before, we couldn't even touch him. It was true that in their fight against him, 3 and Ace had been struggling under different levels of gravity than the Emperor. There was no doubt he was toying with them in the present, but at the very least both sides were battling under the same levels of gravity, constantly shifting though they were. As such, the pair's odds of winning were much better this time around. I think he either lost the orb at some point, or it was destroyed or at least damaged in the rock slide, Nine explained. The pair realized that if this was true, now was their best chance to take down the Emperor, once and for all. A talented tool indeed. The Emperor's voice was low, tinged with a hint of perverse delight. The artifacts I wear are collectively known as the Monarch's Regalia. I'm impressed you were able to analyze their capabilities in such a limited amount of time. You, Nine of Swords, are truly outstanding. I don't want your praise, you freak. Nice. Ignoring Nine's retort, the Emperor continued on, his exhilaration giving way to a violent savagery. But even the greatest tool is worthless if it will not submit to its rightful place in my hands. His body began levitating, broken chunks of earth underfoot rising upwards with him. With all the force he could muster, he swung a scepter into a nearby boulder. And worthless tools must be disposed of. In that instant, the boulder shattered into shards of all shapes and sizes that were sent rocketing towards Nine. Watch out, 3 cried. The shards flew like a salvo of bullets from 1,000 different guns, all of them pointed directly at one target. It was a grim sight, not unlike a single soldier standing before the assault of an entire army. Panicked, 3 rushed into the line of fire. He brandished his swords and did everything he could do to prevent the shards from reaching Nine. He deflected and broke what he could, using his body as a shield for the rest, but there was a considerable distance between him and Nine, one he could not cover easily. By the time he had leapt in the way, a great many shards were already too far ahead. 3 was too late. Nine had no realistic chance of avoiding the entirety of the attack, and instead devoted her efforts to simply avoiding the worst of the pieces of stone flying at her. There were far too many, however, and one managed to slip through her defenses. She suffered a direct hit to the abdomen, and a red mist sprayed from her mouth as she crumbled to the earth. No. 9. 9. 3 ran over to her, his voice hoarse with agony and grief. Her forehead, hands, legs, her entire body was stained with blood, dripping from 1,000 scratches and cuts. It was a fate far too cruel for such a young girl. No matter how many times 3 called out to her, she didn't respond. He had sworn to protect her. He had promised her, but now... 3 felt himself overcome by shame and regret. I'm too weak, he thought to himself. Too weak to help anyone, too weak to save anyone. As if to seize upon his distress, the Emperor spoke once more. So one of you made it. Now be wise and stop this here. Deliver the final blow and be spared, just as you did before. The last chapter has 99 pages. Oh no. Kinda doubt it, but we'll see. At those words, 3 felt a creaking in his mind. It was harsh, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. Surely a girl like her would derive a warped satisfaction from being killed by the same one who took her brother. The Emperor's mouth twisted into a perverse smile, the depravity in his eyes clear even through the shadow caused by his helmet. It was then that something snapped inside of 3. Ah, die! He exploded, as if the boundless rage coursing through his veins had at last found an outlet. His legs and arms snapped into operation, a primal rumble burst from his throat. His bones creaked and his blood boiled. Pure fury ignited his entire body, inciting it into action, and before he knew it, he had launched himself at the Emperor. He unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, his strikes faster and more powerful than ever before. The Emperor met the charge head-on, altering gravity as he went, but 3 adapted to each shift almost as fast as they came. His body was running on pure instinct, honing his senses to a razor-sharp edge and giving him almost preternatural adaptability. The Emperor, on the other hand, found himself working harder and harder to handle 3's hail of blows. He managed to block the oncoming strikes, but his attacker showed no signs of slowing down. Like a wild dog, the Emperor sneered. A tool with a will of its own is a useless thing, to be sure, but seeing you foaming at the mouth like this is pathetic beyond measure. You truly are fated to die as you lived, a mere thing. Even in the face of 3's enraged onslaught, the Emperor had hardly taken any damage at all. He still held all the cards. 3 was little more than an annoyance, like a flea biting a wolf. 3's thoughts bubbled back up to the surface. He found himself remembering something 9 had said. It was his natural sense of composure that allowed him to recall such a timely memory, composure he did not possess 3 years ago. He continued to let his anger drive his body, but maintained a calm mind, not allowing his thoughts to slip away in his rage. He could have stopped himself at any time, but he found his rage beneficial and wielded it ably, as though it was simply another weapon available to him. 3 himself was unaware of this, but such an ability to not only control one's emotions, but turn them into power, was rare indeed. It was a skill that did not come easily to even the greatest warriors, yet 3 had managed to master such a complicated concept at his young age. Armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they're received. That was how 9 had described the Emperor's armor. Sure enough, just as she described, no matter how many strikes 3 launched, nothing seemed to get through. It was then that realization dawned on him. If the armor was immune to external force, then what he needed to do was induce internal force. Anyone else may have given up on this at this point, but 3 could scarcely imagine a more suitable target for his unique skills. He combined his blades into one, squaring off against the Emperor yet again. The defining characteristic of 3's weapons was their ability to internally induce an arts-based explosion in their target. To do so, he needed to strike the same point with each blade separately, and then a third time in their fused form. By this point, he had already landed a number of hits on the Emperor's armor, and luckily for 3, a decent amount of those hits overlapped. All that remained was the final step in the process, making contact with those intersecting points using his fused swords. 3 attacked the Emperor with the same rage and power as before. This time, though, he failed to land a single hit. He was just a hair's breadth off every single time. The first steps in his weapons process were relatively simple. He simply needed to land a strike with each weapon, creating 2 perpendicular lines that would paint a target for the orbment. The next part, however, was far more difficult. He needed to use the fused blade to hit the precise point where the 2 lines intersected. This was a much smaller target area, making the task that much more demanding. Still, 3 was confident in his aim, and knew he had the dexterity to pull it off. In spite of his skill and confidence, however, he continually found himself failing to land a decisive hit. The Emperor cackled in delight as he watched 3 struggle. To him, 3's plight was nothing short of pure comedy. I know my tools inside and out, he said, a dark grin spreading across his face. Your methods of attack, how your weapons work, I understand these things even better than you. As if proving the Emperor's point, Three's next attack fell short as well. The Emperor launched a counterattack with his staff, swung at the perfect angle. Three had figured out his foe's tricks. Right before each of his attacks would land, the Emperor would make a subtle change to gravity. His timing was exquisite, and the trick was executed in a way that Three had no time to correct the angle of his sword. Further, the gravity wave emitted by the Emperor's scepter did nothing at all when it failed to connect, but if it did, the resulting damage would be enormous. Thus far, Three had been able to evade or turn away each incoming swing, but he knew it was only because the Emperor was allowing it. He had yet to land a single effective attack, and the wear on both his weapons and his own body was steadily mounting. The outcome of the battle seemed clear, and by all appearances there was nothing that could change its course. Thanks to his impeccable defense, the Emperor was nearly unscathed, whereas Three was barely holding on, looking more and more like he could collapse at any moment. In between clashes, a momentary calm settled over the battlefield. As Three was weighing his options, a voice broke the silence. It was a lazy drawl, one that Three had heard many times over the past year. Analysis complete. Nine struggled to her feet, looking as though she could fall back down at any moment. How? The Emperor's genuine shock escaped his mouth in a low hiss. Nine, you're okay, Three exclaimed. At once, he understood what had happened. Nine hadn't fallen unconscious. She had simply feigned doing so in order to analyze the Emperor in secret. She had given Three no indication of her plan whatsoever. After all, had she done so, the Emperor may very well have caught on to her plan. Just fine, she responded. I used my thread to cushion the blow of the boulders by shredding them into smaller pieces. In the end, the rocks barely scratched me. Judging by the amount of blood that covered her, it would have been clear to anyone this was far from the truth, but the fact remained that she was both alive and conscious. Three disengaged from the Emperor and moved closer to Nine, making sure to keep his eyes trained on his foe as he did so. There's a moment where he's unable to respond to anything, she explained. That's his power's fatal weakness. What do you mean? His gravitational manipulation doesn't require casting like an art would, but after he uses it, there's a period of time of about a second before he's able to use it again. That's why he wasn't able to immediately prevent the falling rocks from burying him earlier. But the way he's changing gravity is so precise, Three said, thinking back on their battle. How could he have managed that? He was just reading your movements, as he knows how you fight, like the back of his hand. Wait, what? Three exclaimed, his surprise in his voice clear. It's true. The way he manipulates gravity is determined before you even start your swings. He knows you well enough to straight up predict everything you'll do. Is that even possible? Asked Three, his mind racing. Sure is. Nine continued, and he's not using an artifact for it either. His mind just works that quickly. He's a total monster through and through. The Emperor let out a low chuckle. A sound analysis, but it will avail you to nothing. I know your techniques inside and out. The same speed, the same power, the same angles, each and every time. There's no possible way you can undo years of habits we so painstakingly carved into you. As Nine looked up at him knowingly. Right, he acknowledged. Let's end this. The duo nodded in agreement and turned to face the Emperor once more. Three charged at him again, renewing his previous assault. He raised his sword overhead, attacking at a high angle. The Emperor dodged it effortlessly and sent forth a counterattack. Their deadly dance continued as before, but as things were, both sides knew where it would ultimately lead. The Emperor sensed an incoming attack and prepared to manipulate gravity. Just as he predicted, Three attacked a half step faster, aiming for one of the spots in his armor that had been previously marked. As the sword raced towards its target, gravity shifted, and the sword's trajectory was altered. Despite this, it somehow continued on its original path regardless, as if the altered gravity had been predicted and compensated for. Impossible, the Emperor muttered under his breath. He hastily jerked his body out of the blade's trajectory with hardly a second to spare. 3's movements had changed, somehow. As the Emperor mulled the changing situation over, 3's next attack came speeding in, the Emperor again predicting the speed and trajectory and manipulated gravity accordingly. However, boom. A muffled explosion rang out and the Emperor felt his armor crack and pain coursed through his left arm. What? Another... a boom. What? Another flash. Boom. His right leg was now damaged as well. The Emperor was at an utter loss. Had 3 managed to correctly predict his spatial manipulation? How was he suddenly able to alter his strikes to compensate for the gravity? Had the analyzer been analyzed himself? Cursing 3's name, the Emperor's thoughts grew frantic. As he desperately looked around for a clue, he realized what was actually happening. He glimpsed a number of barely visible cords extending from 3's body. Naturally, 9 stood at the other end, controlling them. She wasn't pulling him to and fro like a marionette, but was instead nudging his attack slightly, guiding his direction, timing an angle to create the perfect strike. The Emperor may have been predicting 3's attacks and making adjustments, but 9 was doing the same to him in turn. It was her guidance that allowed 3 to score direct hit after direct hit. Her superior intellect was, of course, a major reason why this was possible, but her relationship with 3 was their true secret weapon. The two knew each other better than anyone in the world, which allowed her to predict his reactions and movements with incredible accuracy. She used her natural understanding of her partner to help him adapt his combat style to fit the situation at hand. In that sense, the secret behind the upper hand they had suddenly gained was as simple as could be. "You little wench!" The Emperor let out an enraged growl laced with bitter hatred. Neither 3 nor 9 had ever seen him like this before. He tried to launch the same rocky onslaught at 9 that he had before, but found himself bereft of munitions. He could not be sure when it happened, but at some point the duo had led him to a different part of the area, one where he could no longer weaponize the terrain. With furious bloodlust, he lowered the gravity near him and rushed at 9. Finally, she smirked. "I've been waiting." A giant boulder appeared in the air above the Emperor, likely due to an art 9 had cast. The Emperor was unimpressed, however, at being subjected to the same attack twice. This time around, it even lacked the element of surprise. He easily shattered the incoming boulder with his staff once it entered his area of reduced gravity, but it was this flippant display of arrogance that sealed his fate. As the pieces of the boulder rained down around him, he found himself face to face with a plush toy rabbit, one that had been hidden within the boulder. "No!" he exclaimed, knowing full well it was no mere toy. His realization came too late, however. With a massive bang, the rabbit detonated. Light and heat washed over the Emperor, and his legs buckled under the force. Just then, another explosion went off at his back. 3 had landed a solid hit on his chest armor, and the resulting blast had blown it clear off his body. "This is the end," 3 said quietly. The black-hearted Emperor's armor had been destroyed, and 3's blade had found its bloody mark. GG's. 07 Emperor, get wrecked. Poor bunny plush though. I know it was just a bomb, but still, you know, poor bunny. The Emperor had fallen to his knees, 3's sword protruding from his chest. He looked up at the sky and gave a dry, bitter laugh. "Found some humor in your end, have you?" asked 3. "To think you two would best me," the Emperor said, his voice weak. "I admit it. I underestimated you. You are by far the most masterful tools I've ever had the pleasure of owning." "Enough. We're not your tools any longer," 3 said, gripping his sword, preparing himself to silence the Emperor forever. Oh, sorry. I mean, reading for almost 3 hours is rough. Twitchy, hello, welcome. I hope you're doing well. So he thought to himself, the moment to kill had come yet again. The thing he hated most, the thing he would never grow accustomed to. Things were different this time, given that the man who stole away his humanity in the first place now sat at the end of his sword. But that didn't stop Three's hand from trembling. Yes, 9 said gently, moving closer. We'll do it together, okay? Her typically light and relaxed expression was now serious and sincere. Okay, 3 responded. This was it. The moment where the two would put their tragic past to rest. 9 placed her hands on 3's. Steadying his weapon, her warmth abated his trembling ever so slightly. They moved to raise the sword together. In response, the Emperor spoke once more. Every arch of your path thus far has been stained with blood, just as the rest of your lives shall be. Your fates are immutable. Kill or be killed, control or be controlled. You will end up no different than I. We will ever be one and the same. You're wrong, said 9. We're no longer anyone's tools, and we'll never force anyone to be ours. After this, we're done, said 3. You're the last person we're ever going to kill. The two took a deep breath and spoke in unison. Farewell. Off in some far-flung region of Calvert, a horse-drawn carriage plodded along. Aside from trains, most terrestrial transportation had long since switched to orbital cars, so such an old-fashioned mode of travel was a rare sight to see. The more rustic method did have its certain undeniable charm, however. A boy drove the carriage, while a young girl of about the same age lazed about within. It makes you wonder how he got that way, the boy said, thinking back to the Emperor's face. The one that had been obscured by both cloak and helmet. His appearance had been a poor fit for his monstrous behavior. If anything, he had been rather handsome. Well, if you don't mind rumors and hearsay, I might have an answer or two for you. The girl's response came from within the carriage, delivered in her usual sleepy drawl. I'm listening. Well, the girl's story went something like this. In a small country in some corner of the world, there once lived a vile, oppressive king. His reign was tyrannical, his rule evil, and his people lived in fear. One day he died, and his son, the crown prince, was enthroned. The prince, this new king, was at his core a kind and gentle soul who strove to govern in a fair and just manner. He was determined to avoid his father's errors, but perhaps because they were too accustomed to fear, no one met this new king's ideas with an open mind. Free assembly and speech had already been brutally oppressed during his father's reign, and the people's rage had already reached a boiling point. Voices grew louder and louder, eventually resulting in a revolution. The Revolutionary Army launched an assault on the royal palace and forcibly converted the country into a republic, holding the new king accountable for his father's sins. Suddenly finding his life at risk, he had no choice but to flee, leaving behind his country and his entire way of life. You're telling me this prince eventually became an overseer? The boy asked, his brow wrinkling in thought as he turned the story over in his head. Who can say? Shrugged the girl. I don't know if a kingdom like that even existed in the first place. The girl rolled over to continue dozing as the carriage bumped and bounded its way along the road. Assuming this is more fact than fiction, then what? The boy asked. He was too kind and lost control of his kingdom, so he developed a powerful desire to control others? It's hard to believe. The boy trailed off. He had no intention of giving the overseer even a shred of sympathy, but strangely enough, he did find himself feeling a little pity for the man. The boy and girl fell silent for a few moments. The only sounds that could be heard were the clopping of the horse's hooves and the creaking of the carriage. The boy broke the silence. What is it? The girl raised her head from her nap. Her voice remained as relaxed as ever, but the boy's tone suddenly grew tense. Is there any chance you could ever forgive me? For what I did? for what happened between me and your brother? No. The girl's response was swift and blunt. The boy fell silent. He had no right to scorn her answer. Never, she continued, because he was my brother, and I loved him. He was the only real family I ever had, so... So? The girl paused for a moment, her cheeks flushed red, and then she continued in a much louder voice. So, if you want me to forgive you, you can't ever leave me. We need to stick together through thick and thin, you and me, and an S. The boy smiled. His fear a moment ago having left him. Of course, we'll always be there for each other. I'll have your back and you'll have mine. The girl could barely contain the emotions swelling in her chest at this point. Unfortunately for her, the boy continued talking. I'll do my best to fill his shoes from now on. And that includes making sure you get the education you need to grow into the best person you can be. That was, in fact, not the answer the girl had been looking for. I'm not talking about education, she exclaimed as she started violently shaking the carriage in frustration. But what could be more important? Hey, calm down. This thing can't take too much abuse. It's rickety enough as it is. If you make it fall apart, we'll have to walk the rest of the way. The girl settled back down, still not fully satisfied with his response, but resolved to leave things be for the moment. The topic changed again. So, any ideas? For the time being, their plan was to head to Le Burle or Le Mans, just as the boy had initially planned. But where to from there? They had yet to give it much thought. They knew they would be pursued by any number of people from the organization. Despite this, the two knew that as long as they stuck together, they'd find a way to manage. For the moment, they reveled in the idea of an unknown future. A new path to tread that was all their own. In any case, we'll need to find some kind of work, the boy said. Anything in mind? Well, he mused, a confident smile growing on his face. When we consider our skill set, how about something in theater? Not on your life, the girl swiftly retorted. Think about it as, you're a terrible actor. Hey, I'm not that bad, and I'm sure a play would be way less pressure than an assassination mission. A tad deflated, the boy sank back into his seat, but then threw out another idea, one somewhat more plausible than the last. I know. How about we become bracers? No way. The girl rejected the idea again, but with a bit less bite than before. I've heard they get super busy, no sense escaping one grave just to work yourself into another. There was also the question hanging in the air over whether the Bracer Guild would even consider taking on people with the Jew's unique background. All things considered, however, it wasn't the most outlandish idea. Fine, what's your bright idea then? Me? The girl yawned. All I want to do is lay around in bed every day, just sleep. You're ridiculous, the boy sighed. His face then lit up suddenly as he remembered something. Oh, right. What is it? Names, he said, with a hint of excitement. I just realized we haven't shared our real names with each other. Oh, right. N is short for Nadia. That's my real name. Mine's Swin. Huh, the girl said, hiding a small smile. So S wasn't too far off then. Pretty crazy coincidence. There was a good reason her nickname for him had been so close to his real name. Her brother had mentioned it in one of his letters. She had known Swin's name from before their paths even crossed. After they had worked together for a bit, she decided she wanted to call him by something that resembled his actual name, rather than his organization moniker. This, however, was something she intended to keep to herself. Well, in the end, you'll always be S to me, and I'll always be N to you, right? Yeah, you're right. The carriage continued its slow roll forward, as did their conversation. It was profound at moments, but was otherwise silly, lighthearted, and most of all, free. The boy's name was Swin, S. The girl's name was Nadia, N. Together, they were travelers. Travelers discovering their newfound humanity. The end. GG's. What a story. What a tale. But yeah, that should give some background into some of the characters in this game. I think. I haven't read the books fully before myself, I don't think. But that was 3 hours of reading. Oh my god. I need a slight break before we actually get into the game. I was expecting to start the game sooner than this, but you know, it happens. Oh. Hello? Oh, well. I'll be right back. I'll actually put it here. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I cry every time. I know, right? Mads may need a cup of the Pokemon of the day to soothe their throat. I will definitely drink some more. But yeah, Anato, Twitchy, and anyone else who came in during the reading, I hope you're having a good day, and I hope you had a wonderful time during the Christmas stuff as well. The last couple of days. Whether you celebrated or not, I hope you had a good time. I had a good time myself. Got a bunch of gifts and stuff. But yeah, let's actually play the game, shall we? I think we'll just play on normal. Yeah, I can load system data. Ooh, 200 of all Sepith, nice. And 600 Sepith mass. Don't mind if I do. Liberator's Testament and Germ Capsule, also quite nice. I don't know what the accessory is, but it's probably good. And then we have Trails of Cold Steel 3, U Material, and Shining Palm Incense. Alright. Plus Hero's Testament and Germ Capsule. Okay, we can load in save data to get certain details to carry over, like certain choices. I'm guessing this one? Wait. Yeah, this was much later. I mean, it doesn't really matter which one. I'll take the later one. What is it, Fanta? Did you take your meds? Okay, Spirit Incense. Lionheart's Grand Cordon. Ooh. All items earned will become available after reaching a certain point in the story. Right. 14th of February, 1207 of the Septian calendar. 5 months after the Continental War. Western Zumeria, Crossbell City. Welcome! Welcome to Crossbell! Oh! Robots! It's the robots. You forgot your meds? Go take him then.
The time has come for us to rise!
Okay, that's a little bit loud. Little bit loud.
Rise and reclaim our imperial pride!
I'm just testing volumes.
Victory was within our grasp, and yet the foolish cowards who govern us chose to abandon it. But though they may turn a blind eye to the threat of the East, you know as well as we do that it remains ever present.
These guys.
The Imperial Army turned tail and fled, but we can still take up arms and fight!
You don't need to fight them. It's
Together,
fine.
we can defeat Calvert and all who resist us, and reign supreme over the continent!
They're like, yeah, we could still beat up everyone and rule the entire continent. Come on, don't you want to be sole rulers? Don't you want, like, all the power? Except you wouldn't. You'd probably just die in the fighting, but, you know. Don't you want that? They got a lot of lives to spend on that endeavor, yeah. It all began in September of 1206. Conflict broke out between the Erebonian Empire and the Republic of Calvert, one now known as the Battle of Jormungandr. Yet, despite its unprecedented scale, this world war came to a close in a mere 2 days. This was due to, in no small part, This was due in no small part to the largely uncelebrated efforts of a fair few men and women. But at the end of October, whilst all eyes were on post-war restoration, another unforeseen crisis broke out in Crossbell. The Governor-General's peacekeeping force, originally stationed in the region upon its annexation to Erebonia, chose to defy the provisional governments of Erebonia's orders to return and occupied the city in an armed coup. God damn it. Why do they always have to be like this, you know? Their goal was none other than to demand the resumption of the war. They're like, but war was good. We liked war. We liked dying in battle. Let us die in battle. That's probably not their actual arguments, but that's just how stupid they sound, you know? We want our country to suffer. Due to the international climate just after the end of the war, the Empire was incapable of direct intervention. Through an appeal by its representative chancellor, Karl Regnitz, the in-custody Rufus Alberea made a plea to the IDF, but to no avail. Yikes. They're not even listening to Rufus. The provisional government and IDF's careful negotiations continued to stall as fears of an armed intervention from Calvert mounted. The end of the year came and went, and Crossbell was placed under military occupation for 3.5 months. However, there was something the IDF hadn't realized. In the face of never-ending oppression, a light shone in the eyes of Crossbellans that refused to be extinguished.
I only ask for your patience for a short while longer, citizens of Crossbell.
Oh, shut up.
For soon we will force the ignorant to open their eyes and see we must strike Calvard!
It's so sad, you know? These people are like, no, we need to fight them. I know it's been like months and no one is listening to us, but we need to fight them, guys. We have to. Like, otherwise, they're gonna fight us. Like, they haven't done anything in months, dude. What do you expect? I mean, given the Black Curse, I wouldn't be surprised if their reasoning is literally, we want to die in a war. Well, but the thing is, right, the curse ended after the events of Cold Steel 4, right? We ended the curse. They're no longer afflicted by it. These guys are just dumb. These guys are just stupid. They can't use the excuse of the curse anymore. It's over. We were winning! We were definitely winning, guys. I know that our forces were about equal and stuff, but we were definitely winning. I know that millions would probably die, but I mean, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for you. That's a choice I'm making for you, that you can die in this war and you will like it. Turns out the curse is nothing. It's all human stupidity all along. Yep.
Just how much longer do we have to suffer like this?
Who cares about dominating Zemuria? All we wanted was peace.
Yeah, these guys know what it's about. They're like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? We just wanted peace. We didn't want any fighting.
You there! It's that traitorous talk I hear.
Traitor talk.
So, you sided with the rebellion then, have you?
Oh?
The hell's this?
Take over.
What's happening to the broadcast?
Yeah.
Hold up. Isn't that
It's the theater.
Yeah, it totally is.
Arkansas. And it looks like the main dancer's back on her feet, which is cool.
Hello, one and all. We are Arkansas. We are here to share the completed version of our preview performance. One born from sweat, tears, and love for our craft.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. This marks our official return to the stage, and we hope we've made it worth the wait.
May your heart sing, Crossbell, as you bear witness to the greatest performance Zemuria has to offer. The star, the moon, and the sun's radiance bid you welcome to the dream of a million nights.
The dream of a million nights? Okay, well, there they go. They go dancing. This will stop the war, for sure. I mean, it's something, I suppose. I don't know if dancing is really gonna do a whole lot, but they hijacked the broadcast, so that's cool. At least they're having a great time. It's better than the doom and gloom that they were spouting earlier. The IDF soldiers.
Our girls are back!
Oh my god, the screaming. They're
What's
so excited.
Going on? That's enough!
Ooh, get wrecked.
Huh?
Oh,
You're...
Hello, sweethearts.
Well, time to play. Are you
Oh,
ready,
Vault.
Vault?
Ha! Been ready.
Now, let's raise
Almost
some
didn't
hell.
recognize him with the glasses.
Twin Arcane Gale.
I like the glasses on him.
Ugh.
I'm still
The divine blade of
I'm
wind.
still blanking on some of the names now. It's
All
been a
clear
while.
on my end, Arios.
Arios, yeah, that's right.
Come on, Eolia. Let's take him out in one go. I'll be right here to support you. Risha, I see now.
Yeah, they're taking back Crossbell from these stupid
Commence
soldiers.
the operation! Crossbell Guardian Force, prepare to engage in combat and liberate our home for good.
Noelle, right? I think that's her name. Jeez, I'm really having to struggle here.
Fan out and coordinate with police in each district. Prioritize
And
civilian
that's,
safety. Remember, our job is to distract enemy forces for as long as they need.
I know who they are, but the names are so hard. There's too many of them.
All units, neutralize and apprehend the defense force. Time is of the essence. I'm
Oh,
counting
that's
on
Right.
Machias's dad, Ray. Right? Whatever, however you pronounce it. Yes. Oh. Wolf boy, Zeit. See, Zeit I remember, obviously. I mean,
When did he...
He's back!
boss man.
All right, it's go time. Let's show them that the CPD's cops aren't just for show.
You can't forget it, it's your mom's name, that's fair, yeah. Then you would remember, for sure. Take the city
Combat
back.
has begun with rebel elements throughout the city. Requesting backup.
If only these pests had stayed underground where they belong. Zalber Sodat unit, begin subjugation.
Sir,
Yeah, they're not gonna win this, especially with Arios and... There's so many powerful people in that group. Zeit as well.
Huh. They've saved us the trouble of hunting them down. Now we can eliminate these rebels
These
once
stupid
and for
soldiers
all.
are never
It's
winning
not going
this.
to be that easy.
Lloyd!
Way to show them!
Nice.
That went well, didn't it?
Oh, Yuna's there.
Everything's falling into place now.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Tia, Yuna, I need you to get ready.
Roger that.
Now installing anti-corruption system.
So everyone is here. Tia, Randy. Oh. Hacking.
Yes!
Hacker boy.
Consider the communications network mine! Now it's time to shake up their chain of command.
Oh my god.
Just let me know what you need, Yona.
Enemy Zalber soldats engaged. Now preparing
Amazing.
to intercept and take them out with our armored units.
Everyone's here.
It's all you now, guys.
So far, so good. Next.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready for action. Begin the final phase of the operation.
Time to do this. Okay.
Even
I'll send you
Cecile
the
is there
coordinates
in the
right away.
background.
Here comes the grand finale.
Please, Adios. Watch over them.
We are counting on each and every one of you. Please, return Crossbell to
This
us.
is, the mayor, right? The old mayor?
Defensive field now in place.
It's been a while.
Anti-corruption system all green. Beginning countdown. 3, 2,
Okay, so they're using
One.
the Zauber Soldat?
0.
Yuna is at least. Yeah, if the entire team descends down on the IDF, the IDF's done for. You know? They're screwed.
It's gonna hit us! What's that Zorg doing?
Sorge? Sorge? Oh. Up to the tower? Okay. So you're breaking into the tower? For what? Like, what are they going to do in here? Take down the commands?
You're
Central command,
Lloyd
maybe?
Bannings!
Lloyd Bannings.
That's right. We're here to arrest you on suspicion of occupying this city and imprisoning its civilians.
Lloyd, Randy, Ely,
Come on.
Ellie,
Let's
however
get
you
to
say it.
work.
Yuna, Tio. Get him. Straight into combat. Okay, I mean, this is probably the same as usual. I'm looking for any changes. Zero Croft. That's new. That's a cool one though. Yep, same buttons. We can do Burning Heart straight into a critical.
Let's go.
Zero Breaker.
Zero Breaker!
Now!
I've got you!
Yep. Q to cost arts.
All right.
Oh wait, it says... That's new, so it says that they're weak to them. That's cool.
Arcus activate.
Going for it.
Being able to see that at a glance is very nice.
You're done for. Eat this! Got him!
Following up.
Fighting a given enemy type gradually unlocks information about them. Battle scope item as well as certain arts and crafts can unlock all the information at once. I know.
It's my go.
Status ailments, but for example, we can do analyze and just get all the information on them. They'll die soon anyway. A skilled sniper. But they're not snipers though. They're wielding assault rifles.
Don't give in.
Thanks.
Okay, and Lloyd just took no damage.
This isn't...
It's my go.
Yep. Okay, and then Zero Order, or Zero Craft rather. Wait, are there orders? There are orders. Okay. You can do Holy Bullet for free, which is fantastic.
Stay strong, everyone. Thank
Thanks. It's my turn.
This isn't...
Sorry, but we got stuff.
Beautiful.
Whew. That was rough, but we pulled through.
It's good to be back into this. I love these games so much. My voice is already going, but that's from reading 3 hours long.
I never doubted we would for a second.
Okay, getting in wasn't too bad. Thanks for helping us out, Yuna. This couldn't afford to fail. And thanks to you, it didn't.
Yuna.
I don't know. Any more pressure and my heart would have come bursting out of my chest.
I do love Yuna.
I could only be at my best because I knew you guys were gonna back me up. My training at Thor's helped, of course.
Haha, now that makes a teacher proud. 1 year later, and look at you. You're a whole new you.
Give it a rest, Randy.
I'm just glad you're okay. The anti-corruption system must have worked.
Looks like. There's no worrying about those Zauber soldats having a negative effect on our minds this way. We
That's
owe
good,
Erebonian
yeah.
and Liberal's teams for passing along their Black Workshop research data.
I was wondering about that. Like why she was using a Zauber Soldat. But if they can cancel out the corruption effect, then yeah, great.
Couldn't agree more. Now we can...
Oh, we got through! You guys okay?
Oh, nice.
We were watching from
It's
the ground.
Wuzzy,
I'm so
Risha.
glad you made it in.
You've got some real balls to bank on smashing
Why am I
straight through the middle of
blanking?
the tower. But then, pulling crazy stunts is what you do.
Hey, what's a risky operation without its spice?
Pass on my thanks to everyone for distracting the troops on the ground, by the way. Wait, you sure you got time for updates now, Risha? Aren't you performing?
I'll have to go in a bit, but I'm not in this scene, so it's fine.
Okay, that's good.
I can't put into words how wonderful it feels to see Elia on stage again.
I'm sure. I'm overjoyed that she's back too.
Physical therapy is brutal, but if anyone was going to pull through, it was her. I wish I could see her come back in person.
They're recording it at least. How about we do a group watch once we're back?
Oh, nice. Yeah. Watch it back as a group.
Now that, I wouldn't miss.
We've deployed officers to evacuate civilians and guard Ark and Seal. That means you can focus all your efforts on the tower.
You get to be the real stars of the day here, so don't mess this up.
Relax. We won't.
The end's in sight.
No
All that's
pressure.
left is for you to bring in their top brass from the tower.
Okay, so yeah, it is taking out command, taking out the leadership.
You know what to do, so kick some ass up there.
Right.
We can do this.
It's
We can destroy
incredible how
them.
many people have our backs.
I know. And we've got to do every one of them proud.
Yep. So let's make sure.
Do you think it's over?
Oh?
I don't know. What was that loud noise?
It's you!
Oh, hello.
You're the special support section.
Adios above. Did you come to save us?
Oh,
Civilians.
all of you work in this building, yes?
I guess they weren't letting you leave.
It'd be right to leave them here. We'll have to make a trip down to find a safe place for them.
I've got a better idea. You've got to keep your focus on the operation. Let me escort them down instead.
You sure? You don't want any of us to come with?
Never underestimate a Thor's student. I could handle this part in my sleep at this point. Sure, I was hoping to be there at the top, but this thing's bigger than anything I want. And I don't need to see to know you'll win.
Thank you, Yuna, for putting your faith in us.
We'll leave the tower employees with you then. You're the only one we can count on for this. Take care on the way down.
Will do.
Nice. Yuna's got this. Okay, prologue. Operation Liberate Crossbow.
All right. Let's go knock some heads and some sense into these Defense Force goons.
Yeah, so many are putting everything on the line for us. We can't waste this chance.
Not a second. We won't let them down. Not Yuna, not Kia, not anyone.
This is it. Here's the last hurdle standing between us and Crossbell's liberation. So let's see us get over it. Then we can take back our home.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Trails to Walk is interesting. The rest is, I think, similar, if not the same, to the previous games. I think it's all basically the same. Yeah, it's all the same. Okay, equip. Okay, we don't have our stuff yet. I guess that makes sense. So we won't get the bonus stuff until later. Because this is still the prologue, I'd imagine. I wanted to... Oh, whoops. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Go to settings, sound.
Let's go.
Voice can be a bit...
Let's go.
I'll put it here, I think, and then I can up the volume in general. Because the voices were louder than I expected. I'll put them here. That should be better. Okay. Oh, wait, do you think there's treasure in here? Probably not. Yeah, there's no treasure. Okay. I had to check. Damn it, what the hell happened? I don't know, but we'd better go and find out. Defense Force reinforcements up ahead. The emergency staircase is sealed off, so the elevators are our only option. Then there's only one thing left to do. Yeah, let's take him down. Poor guards.
Let's begin.
Actually, no. They deserve this for being such asses. Okay, link abilities, link attacks, I get it. Tutorial stuff.
You're done for.
Eat this!
Let's go.
Nice. Burning heart.
Let's go.
Raging hammer.
Break them! Raging hammer!
Let's go.
Now!
I've got you! All right. Here I go. Take this!
Bang.
Now's the time!
There!
Okay.
Analyze this guy.
Beginning analysis. Analysis complete.
There!
Okay.
Okay, and then blue ascension.
Targets activate.
Don't give in!
Thanks.
That did no damage.
Right.
Pathetic.
Leave it to me! They're off guard!
Oh, I pushed him out of the spell's AoE. Well, that one guy definitely got hit.
I can't. Here I go.
It's my turn.
This isn't...
Sorry, but we got it.
Nice. Alright, let's keep up the pace. The elevators are currently under the Defense Force's control, but Yona's side is hard at work unlocking one for us. They're desperate to hold down this fort, so it ain't gonna be easy. But we're gonna do what we came here for. Exactly. It's time to liberate our home for good. Yeah, about damage types, I know how it works. Stuff is weak to different things. Break this. Go to the 36th floor. Break everything again. Classic. I just love breaking things, you know? teleportment station. I know how they work. It's always tutorial time, you know, when you start one of these again. Like, I kind of get it, but also I wouldn't have unlearned everything I already knew. Oh, doggo. Warhounds. Can't believe they've got them hiding in here. They're easy enough to handle one at a time, but as a group, we'll have to try. We can't risk them attacking the evacuees. Okay, but we can sneak up.
Let's finish this up quick.
Triple advantage. Yep, I know rush and stuff. I know. Crimson
Try this
Gale.
on for size. Crimson Gale! Right.
Proud Warrior.
Proud Warrior!
It's my turn.
Zero Breaker!
Beautiful.
All right. Fire!
Raring to go.
Just analyze one of
Beginning
these.
analysis. Data received. Raring to go. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, don't bite me. There we go.
Sorry, but we need...
Alright, now to keep an eye out for the emergency staircase. Kia's team said it's nearby. Huh. Looks like they haven't gotten that far yet. Then we should be able to catch up to them. Just watch for any threats along the way. Right. Got break, yeah, I know. Break state, brave orders. Thanks for the tutorials, game, but I know how it works. Wait, is there anything over here?
Let's go.
Break them! Raging Hammer!
I like that Raging Hammer gives some CP as well. It's pretty nice. I can't quite hit both. Let's do this.
It's my turn. Now's the time.
There! Here I go. Try this on for size. Crimson Gale! They're off guard.
Oh wait, does BP only go up to 5 again in this game? I thought it would go higher. I guess we can just rush. Maybe we increase the amount of BP we can have over the course of the game?
Right.
That does seem like something they would do.
Break them! Raging Hammer!
Right.
Leave it to me.
This isn't...
Okay.
I've already analyzed you, so... I know you're weak to this, but what about Solar?
Here I go.
Let's go.
Oh.
You're done.
Lloyd, that was terrible.
This isn't...
Enemy neutralized.
Easy fight. So is there any treasure?
Here's our shot.
Or is this literally just more enemies?
Let's go.
Yeah! You're done for. Eat this!
Okay. Commencing drive.
Okay, they're kind of beating up Randy here. That's not very nice.
Raring to go. Arcus activate.
It's my turn. Stay strong, everyone.
Thanks. Right.
Randy's just getting beaten up. Poor guy.
Okay. Commencing drive. There.
Thanks.
There you go.
Now.
I've got you.
Oh, there is treasure. Nice. I don't know if that was worth it, but treasure's treasure. I'll take it.
Now's our chance.
Ooh, fishing bait. Nice. I do want to fish at some point.
Our objective is on floor 39, right?
Yep. That's the IDF space of operations.
Okay, floor 39.
Thanks, Tio. Let's keep up the pace.
That doesn't seem that far, right? I'm just here for the treasure, my dudes. Don't mind me.
This is our chance!
Here I go. You're done for. Eat this! You're done!
Leave it to me. Here I go.
I can't believe some of them just keep missing, you know? That's so bad. Why would they miss?
It's my go.
Break them! Raging hammer!
Break them!
It's my go. Semi-gunner, activate. Absolute zero.
Right. They're open. Back me up, Ellie.
Sure.
Oh, this is... okay. So space is for Ascrofts. That's new.
Now's the time.
It was something else before.
You're off guard.
Raring to go.
That's okay, though.
You're done!
Right.
This isn't...
Sorry, but we got...
I'm learning. Okay, I got the extra treasure. This is where I need to go.
Crap. A barricade. Don't think there's any getting through the...
Oh, hi. There they are. It's the Triple S. Looks like our patience paid off. We knew you'd show sooner or later. I'm impressed. They knew we'd come this way once we couldn't access the elevators. We should have expected as much from one of the Empire's most elite forces. Even came armed to the teeth with warhounds. They mean business. Too bad this is nothing new for us. That's right. Everyone, prepare for combat.
This one looks worth my while.
Okay. Let's go with a nice rising sun here, you know?
It ends here.
A zero craft rising sun, so zero cost.
Rising sun!
Leave it to me.
Meaning...
Break them! Raging hammer!
It's my
we can simply do it again. Isn't that fantastic?
Rising sun!
Leave it to me.
How many most elite troops have you met so far? It seems every enemy is one of those. I know, right? I mean, quite a lot.
Going for it.
But it seems these are not deserving of the name.
Eat this!
They're off guard. This isn't...
Raring to go. Arcus activate. Yeah. Okay. Commencing drive.
Leave it to me. Here I go.
Let's do this. Bang bang.
Now's the
Into
time.
rush.
Help me out, Void.
Got it! Yeah! Going for it. Got him!
Following up.
And then airstrike. Almost.
It's my go.
Do another
Arcus
airstrike.
activate.
Right.
Actually, you just walk around.
Leave it to me.
We want that 5 BP. Nice.
Sorry, but we need to press on.
How do you like that? They didn't even lay a scratch on us. That's all well and good, but don't forget, this isn't over until we put a stop to their main forces. You're right. Let's keep moving while the enemy is in disarray. Treasure!
Let's nab whatever's in that chest.
Ooh. Oh, I like some of the improvements that they've made. So they show what the thing does when you grab it. That's pretty nice. Like, the basic gameplay is the same, but they add some quality of life things, you know?
Here's our shot.
Yep, I know about chain battles. Thank you, game.
Break them! Raging hammer!
Commencing drive.
Oh, Phantom Flame. Actually, nah.
You're done for.
Eat this!
There's no need for that.
Right.
That's
All
one.
right. Here I go.
And this should be 2.
They're off guard!
There!
Airstrike kills.
It's my
The other
go.
one recovers with another airstrike.
Right.
Yeah! Oh.
Oh, it
Here I
lives.
go.
But not for long. Oh, there's the other ones.
Yeah, right.
Nice dodge, Randy. Very good.
It's my turn.
Holy bullet.
Stay strong, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you. Raring to go.
Beams
Ready.
Amber.
Here I go.
Crimson Gale.
Try this on for size. Crimson Gale! Got him.
Following up.
It's my turn.
I should have done this before.
Raging Hammer!
Right.
Raging Hammer.
Zero Breaker!
Now!
I've got you.
Perfect.
It's over!
Take those doggos down.
Zia! Huh! Zia! Zia!
Now's our chance.
We are destroying
Who would
everything
put
in
that
our
chest there?
path, of course. Who would have put that chest there? Good question. Hmm. Hmm. You get Thalos. God, they sure barricaded a lot, but they left open one clear path, which is interesting.
Get cocky and that one'll knock you out.
Everyone, remain vigilant.
Okay,
Going for it.
that's a big lad.
Power! Proud warrior! Going for it.
You know what?
About time I got this started.
Get him, Randy. Destroy them.
Eat steel! Berserker! I'd just give up if I were you.
Let's go.
Beautiful. Hmm. Burning Hearts.
Right.
Into Brave Smash. Great stun
It's
there.
my turn. Fire!
You.
They're off guard.
There!
Okay. Great! Randy, give me a hand!
Hell yeah!
It's my turn.
And it's over.
Sorry.
And we break all the pots, of course, as always. 39th floor. So this is where we need to be. That is where we need to go, so oh. Okay. We can't go the other way. Let's go.
According to the data obtained, this should be their command center.
Their leaders aren't going down without a fight. Make sure you're ready.
Okay. Who would their leaders be? Oh. It's empty.
Where the hell are they?
But that data came from a trusted source.
Hello?
Hi there. Looking good so far, guys.
Thanks. Anything going on?
Well, we noticed something weird going on inside and wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay, Kia, what's up?
The defense force started migrating to the rooftop not long after you busted in.
Towards the rooftop?
You don't think they're trying to escape via airship, do you?
As much as I'd rather they answered for their crimes. Them leaving Crossbell would make this operation at least a partial success.
That doesn't seem to be the case, weirdly enough. I didn't spot any aircraft within their vicinity through my binoculars. Oh, something is up. That I know for sure. So just be careful, okay?
Gotcha.
Suspicious.
Thanks. We'll keep that in mind.
It's very suspicious right now.
Sounds like everything on the ground will be under control before long. So do what you gotta do.
May Adios be with you all.
Hito being nervous has got me nervous.
Windows being like, hey, your hard drive is full. Me being like, what? It wasn't this morning. Spends like an hour trying to figure out where 70 gigabytes of SSD disk space went. Turns out AMD Adrenaline started recording your desktop when using Ctrl Shift and E and has been recording like 58 gigabytes. Oh no. Oh god, that sounds awful. Schmack, hello. Welcome everyone. Hi. How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out here. Oh, what? Oh, shout out, not Oh, you've got that, Aura. I was going to do the other one though, this one. There we go. But hi everyone. Red Panda, thank you for the follow. I hope you're all having a good time. How was Project Zomboid? I hope you had a wonderful Christmas as well. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, all that, you know. I spent some time earlier talking about my Christmas and how I had a great time. But yeah, we're playing Trails into Reverie, which I've been playing the Trails series for quite a long time now, and this is the 7th game in this series. No, it's been more, hasn't it? I don't know. It's been 10 more. I don't know. At least 10. At least 10. Yeah. Many games. At least 10. They're long games as well. They're very big JRPGs. I love them a lot though. The stories are continuous throughout the series and it's very fun. I spent 3 hours at the start of this stream reading something leading into this game, so my voice is already a bit messed up. And of course I've been reading some dialogue as well. But I will show you. So I got, for example, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder for my Christmas, which of course is not, there's no ill intentions. Don't worry, I'm not going to start murdering people. That's not that's not at all what that means. Okay, I'm just I'm just gonna preface that. That's not. Then what's this for? The gun. It's self-defense. Also got 1984, which is not related. Nope. And well, Frankenstein too. I got Frankenstein as well. So I got a couple of nice gifts for Christmas. All books, because I've been meaning to get into reading more. So I'm looking forward to reading those. I also got a new mic arm which is less visible and less obstructive for my vision, which is good. I like having it down here where I don't have to worry too much about where it is all the time. It's really cool. I really like this because I can like swivel it. I can swivel. The swivel is a little bit stiff. I think it's because of the weight of the microphone. But yeah, I can swivel it. It's cool. It's very nice. Let me get back into the game now, because that's what we were doing. But thank you again for the rage smack. I hope you all had a wonderful time playing Project Zomboid. Currently we are invading God, how do I even explain this? We are getting rid of an occupying force, taking a city back from people occupying it. There's like war there's like war and stuff. It's hard to explain, but basically there was a hostile coup of the city. They've been occupied for like 3.5 months, and a lot of people came together and are trying to free it and bring it back to how it used to be. Because the current occupiers want to start a war. They're basically occupying the city with the intention of causing problems for people and forcing them to give in to their demands, which is to start a war with the neighboring country. For what reason? Because they think that country shouldn't exist. And it's kind of, you know, it's a very bad reason. It's basically war for the sake of war. But yeah. It's good they're still going. I just gotta run out. Enjoy game. Glad you had a good holidays. Well, thank you, and thank you again for the raid. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And everyone else, of course, as well. Kido being nervous has got me nervous.
Likewise. She may not be able to see causality the way she could during the twilight, but we can't ignore her instincts.
Yeah, well, victory's still in sight as long as they're in the tower. So, we'll make our way for the rooftop. We'll be smart about it.
Yeah, gotta be smart about it. We go to the rooftop and see what they're planning. They're plotting. I mean, how bad could it really be, you know? What could be on the rooftop that could really stop this group of people?
If what Kia's side said is true, then...
This is the end of the line. Stay on high alert. We're going in.
We're going in.
Time to have some fun.
I'm going in. Some classes coop dumb head level stuff. Wait, dumb head level stuff? Yeah. Oh, there they are. They don't look that dangerous.
There they are.
The SSS? We should have known.
I'm aware of who you are and that you used to serve the former Governor General, so I'll skip the prelude. You're under arrest on suspicion of leading an over 3-month occupation of the city, effectively detaining its citizens. Your arrest comes at the behest of the Provisional Government of Erebonia. Now please, we ask that you do not resist.
Never, you lowly police dog!
Wow. Rude. Police
We'll
dog?
never be stopped by the likes of you!
Whatever it takes, we will reignite the war.
Yeah, we'll have our war for sure. we want war. Why? So
when
stupid.
we do, the Republic will be the first to fall to our feet, and then the whole continent will follow.
These guys are just off their rocker. They've lost their mind.
That's right. It's the only way His Excellency's legacy can live on and Erebonia's pride be restored.
Why are you so desperate for more war? They're behaving like the Twilight is ongoing, but it's long been over.
Yeah. The source of it is gone, and the curse that drove people toward war should have gone with it.
Then just pack your stuff and march into your enemies? Yeah, why don't you just go face the enemies by yourself? If you're so headstrong and you really want them dead so badly, just go and get yourself killed or something. Why are you involving other people?
Must be that some of those it drove to the brink feel like there's no turning back. But you must have realized by now, right? Your plan can't possibly succeed.
What makes you say that?
What doesn't? Anyone would say that. After occupying Crossbell for a quarter of a year, doggedly trying to rile the population into a new war. Who's risen in support of your efforts? No one.
I'm sure with a little more time.
God, these guys. No one said we're doing a good thing, but I mean, maybe they'll start liking war. Maybe they'll want war if we just keep them occupied longer. Yeah, that'll work. It's not just gonna make them dislike you more, you know? That's definitely how that works. You're under arrest on suspicion. Well, I'm pretty sure there's no suspicion or doubt about it. Yeah, I don't know why he said under suspicion. I guess they have to legally, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not.
The way most see it, you're just being sore losers who refuse to get with the program. The people's hearts won't be moved by you strutting around like you own the place. And neither will Imperial policy.
If we don't end this now, it'll only be a matter of time before Calvard grows tired of you acting out and ends this with force. And with no one here supporting your cause, how well do you think you'll do against them?
Yeah, it won't go well for them. It definitely won't go well for them.
The war is over, and I'm sure deep down, you've known that all along. So why are you still...
Do you expect us to throw away our pride and give up?
What pride? What do you... What do you mean, give up? There's no giving up. You could just, I don't know, go live your life. You can have a nice, calm life on the countryside. I don't know, be a farmer.
The Empire staked everything on that war. Our pride, our lives, our future.
But your life, you have a future.
And then after less than a day, the Chancellor is killed, the Governor General is arrested, and the entire thing is called off? And to add insult to injury, we were forced to pay reparations to the Republic? How could we accept that?
Well, because you did start the war. Well, Erebonia did. And you're not paying reparations. Like, the country as a whole did, sure, but most of that came from the Imperial family's coffers, as far as I'm aware. I feel like you should be glad that you're not being sent to war to die, you know? That seems like a better way to see it, but I'm guessing they're not rational right now.
We did everything our country asked of us. However cruel, however immoral, and for what? Not for pride, but for humiliation beyond measure.
Okay, so instead you continue doing immoral stuff. And that'll make things better? Yeah, okay. Like, at least when the country was making you do it, it was, you know, your due diligence as a soldier. You were kind of forced to under threat of like law and everything, right? Now you did it for your own sake, or no one told you to do this at this point. So now you're guilty of it. You could have just decided like, oh, the country did this or whatever, but nope.
They let the curse take root, and now it's led them too far astray.
They're trapped between a reality they can't accept and a failed dream they can't return to.
They're being dumb poo-poo heads. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that.
I can't pretend not to understand how you feel. Everyone in Crossbell can understand. Greater powers have squabbled over us like children do with toys. Reduced our lives to a series of hardships. Taken what we treasure. Trampled on our pride. But will your goals here restore your pride? I'm telling you, it won't. Betraying the good people of Zemuria through these horrific acts of terrorism will never bring you salvation. If by some miracle you succeed, will you honestly, truly ever be able to hold your heads high knowing what it took? Is that all the pride you're fighting for amounts to? Of course not!
I refuse to be lectured on pride by a Crossbellin.
Okay, jeez.
He's not lecturing you.
Jeez, dude.
He's telling you where you'll go because it's where we've been. We know what it's like to face an impossible choice. We could have saved Crossbell from ever having to endure another day of hardship. All it would have taken was a single, very personal price.
But we turned down that once-in-a-lifetime chance. It's what he said. If by some miracle we succeeded, could we have held our heads high? Could our loved ones on our behalf? Even if the end result was what we were hoping for, the cost to achieve it would have brought us nothing but shame.
We signed up for a couple of rough years instead, and we couldn't be prouder for it. We didn't want just us to hold our heads up high. We wanted our little daughter to hold hers up high too. So if we can make that choice, so can all of you. My time in the Empire showed me something. That you're every bit as capable as we are of facing hardship if it means a better tomorrow.
Have a good night, Fanta.
Look, if all we've said now isn't enough to sway you, we can always do this the hard way. We're not just doing this for us. We want everyone who was hurt by the war to move on. And that includes all of you.
Yeah, we'll beat you up if we have to. You know? We'll help you by beating you up. Classic.
Just how naive can you children be? It's too late for us to turn back!
What do you mean? Okay. It's never too late. You know?
Zalber Soldat?
Isn't this the Leviathan we were told about? No,
like, I know sunk cost
similar,
fallacy
but
is
I
one
think it's a
thing,
different
but
model.
jeez.
Behold! Our secret weapon!
These guys are too far up their own ass.
Developed alongside the Leviathan, but scrapped before seeing the light of day. A fitting ally for soldiers spurned by history like us, wouldn't you say?
Asmodine. Scrapped prototype.
How did they even get something like that?
I don't know. But if they're not bluffing, its strength might be on par with the Leviathans.
Go! Crush them and their homeland, Asmodine! This end can be the spark that ignites the flames of war once more!
Nah, we've got
Let
this.
you lay a finger on our home.
Damn right. We'll take this down and then it's your turn.
Think Tin Man over here will beat us? Think again.
We've endured far worse these past 2 years to let something this small ever stop us.
This small? I mean, it's pretty big.
Watch out! This one's tough!
It is kind of big.
I won't let you! Right.
Okay,
Right
let's
there!
start with the Raging Hammer.
It's my turn.
And then Brave Smash.
They're open!
I've got you!
Going for it.
Death Storm to go on the opposite end of it. Can I do that? Like
You're
that.
done for. Eat this! Got him!
Because it can do AoE attacks, so I want to get people split up.
Stay strong, everyone!
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay,
Beginning
analyze.
analysis. Data received.
Zauber Soldat prototype scrapped before seeing combat cuts down its enemies with crushing firepower.
Raring to go.
Okay, you... Actually, you can do airstrike.
Arcus activate.
Countering!
Right.
Burning Heart.
It's my turn.
Raging Hammer.
Raging Hammer! Right.
And then Zero Breaker over there.
Zero Breaker! Now! Back me up, Ellie!
Sure!
Yeah!
There!
Slowly start to break it down. Nope. Swing and a miss. I guess I'll do this to heal you back up.
Thank you. It's my go.
It's a bit of a shame to waste that single target though, but that's okay.
Commencing drive.
I won't let you!
There.
Keep
All
air
right.
striking. And you golden sphere.
I won't let you! Let's go!
Nice protection, Lloyd. Proud warrior.
Proud warrior! Let's go! Now!
I've got you!
Okay. Commencing drive.
Here I go!
This thing will go down soon enough.
You're off guard!
Following up. Hope you're ready.
Ether strike.
Yeah. Orbital driver set at maximum output. Ether strike.
Eat laser. Stupid robot. Okay.
It's my turn!
So far so good. Holy
Stay
bullet.
strong, everyone!
Thanks. Let's go! Yeah! They're open!
I've got you!
Yeah!
Okay. Raging hammer once more.
Raging hammer! Going for it!
War cry. Into Berserker.
About time I got this started.
Eat steel!
Berserker!
I'd just give up if I were you.
Let's go!
Beautiful break.
Now!
I've got you!
Insert Rising Sun.
It ends here! Ta! Rising Sun!
Leave it to me!
How's it still alive?
Stay strong, everyone!
Thanks.
Last stand. Oh shit, too late.
Gotta be kidding me.
Randy being over there is kind of a problem. Let's just do it here.
Let us begin.
It's okay. We'll just revive him with
Holy
Tio.
Rain of Adios! Shine upon us from the heavens! Aura Rain!
Thanks.
Thank you. Raring to go. Arcus activate. There.
Aura Rain, exactly. Okay, Randy just went down again.
It's my go.
That is not very nice.
Arcus activate. There.
Thanks. Let's go!
The Burning Hearts
It's my turn.
into Raging Hammer.
Right there! Raging Hammer!
It's my turn.
To Zero Breaker. Actually, no. Probably just hit him into Rising Sun.
It ends here! Ta! Rising Sun!
Gotcha!
Ow.
No way!
Raring to go.
Can you stop killing my people?
Arcus activate.
That is so rude.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Going for it! Got him!
Following up. Okay.
Okay, this thing is definitely no pushover.
Arcus activate.
Right.
Hey! Look! They're open!
Back me up, Ellie!
Oh, I should have done burst actually.
Fire! Leave it to me.
That would have been smart.
Arcus activate.
I'm not done yet.
Okay, Randy is just tanking these hits.
Yeah. It's my go.
Right there! Raging Hammer!
Raging Hammer.
It's my go.
Ready.
Team Sunbear.
There.
Gotcha.
It's my turn.
Impede.
Here I go.
No costing for you.
It's my turn.
I'm not done yet.
Oh no, Randy. That was actually vital.
Thanks.
Of vital importance that you hit that, you idiot.
About time I got this started.
At least auto Thalas worked there.
Eat steel! Berserker! I'd just give up if I were you.
Finally. That thing took a beating.
Battle's wrapped up. Hope you guys are doing good.
Nice! I did it!
Oh, level 100. Nice.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Aura Rain!
Berserker!
Ether Strike.
Rising Sun!
But you're falling though. What do you mean rising, son? You're falling. Silly Lloyd.
This can't be happening. Our victory was all but assured.
Damn it all!
God, these people really wanted war. I don't know why they're
We
so
did it.
upset.
Right?
That was rough.
But it's down now, so...
Yeah. The time is 5:14 p.m. In accordance with the powers vested in me by the Provisional Government of Erebonia to act on their behalf, I hereby proclaim all of you under arrest. Please, do not resist.
There we go. Upon hearing their leaders had been arrested by the Special Support Section, the Defense Force lost their will to continue fighting. As a whole, they were quick to be taken into custody by the police and the Crossbell Guardian Force. Nice. Get wrecked, stupid IDF.
We did it. We made the right call. Because Crossbell, our home, is finally free.
Yeah.
And it took all of us. This is one to be proud of.
They're free.
Nice work, leader.
Freedom. Fist bump. Oh, and everyone else is there too? Oh, but we're being watched. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Congrats, you finished the game. Yeah. What a short one. Easy. Except it was only the prologue. It is far from over. Okay. I mean, this does feel like credits. I mean, it is credits. I just... This is very slow. Ah, there it is. Noel. Was he Hemisphere? That's the names are glitching a little bit. Rixia Mao. Kia Bannings, of course. Well, after 3.5 months, the IDF's occupation of Crossbell following the war came to an end with minimal bloodshed. The perpetrators were briefly held in Crossbell before being transferred to Aurochs forts in the Krutzen province. There they would join their old leader, former Governor General Rufus Alberea himself. Not long after Crossbell was liberated, the Triple S and company were invited to Prince Oliver's wedding ceremony. Yay, wedding! They reunited with their friends from Erebonia and were praised by the prince for their efforts in freeing Crossbell. But on the world stage, the crisis in Crossbell only served to draw the region's problematic political standing into focus once more. So it was, with the power vested in the holy city of Arteria, together with the support of Liberal, Ramiferia, and even Erebonia and Calvert, that it came time to turn a new page in Crossbell's history. The pride the region was stripped of following its failed bid for independence 3 years ago would be restored, and Crossbell would once again be recognized as a fully independent state. Nice. This concludes all available records on the events in Crossbell following the war. All of the preceding were within the margin of error of predictions made in the first phase. Advancing to the second phase will officially set the core of this project into motion. Are you sure you wish to activate Project Babel? I guess we do. Well, whatever Project Babel is, I guess we're dealing with it. I'm sure it's fine. There's nothing to worry about. I mean, what else could it be, right? We've been through so much. I'm sure there's nothing that could stop us.
Ladies and gentlemen, our day in the sun has finally arrived.
Ah, Grace.
And I, Grace Lynn of the Crossbell Times, am here to make sure you don't miss a moment of this monumental occasion. At 2 p.m. today, the signing ceremony for Crossbell's independence will take place in this very spot. What you are about to witness is going to be historic not just for Crossbell, but for this whole continent. Let's get some live reactions from folks on the street.
To tell you the truth, I never dreamed we would achieve independence again quite like this. It's been 2 years since we came under Erebonian control. 2 years that dragged on, yet flew by at the same time. I struggle to describe just how moved I am when I acknowledge that we are about to finally achieve our long-cherished desire. Now, if everyone would join me.
3 cheers for Crossbell!
Three cheers, yay! Hooray!
Nervous is the short answer.
Sorry,
we're all really busy trying to ensure everything goes ahead smoothly.
Probably don't need to do the cheering myself.
It's incredible to think that everything we fought for is about to pay off. But I can't imagine we would have gotten this far if not for the efforts of the Special Support Section. As a fellow police officer, I'm beyond proud of them for all they've done for us.
The SSS are awesome!
You guys are Crossbell's heroes!
Look! Speaker McDowell has arrived on the scene. Mr. Speaker, could you please tell us how you're feeling with the ceremony about to begin?
Wait, is he gaining his mayoral role back, or more than that, maybe?
I'd love to hear about the relationship between your beautiful secretary and the leader of the SSS while you're at it.
Ooh.
Reese.
Not you again. The Speaker is a busy man, you know.
Now, I see no harm in giving her a little of my time.
No bullying Ellie, though.
Crossbell can only take this momentous step forward thanks to the help of all who live here and our many neighbors. As both a government official and as a fellow citizen of this great state, I am deeply grateful to all who supported us. I hope that you will continue to watch over us as we walk toward our new future hand in hand.
Lloyd's Route, Act 1, the signing ceremony.
The day is finally here, Guy. I know it took us a while, but peace in Crossbell is finally within reach. Though, this will probably be where the real hard work begins.
Hard's got nothing on us. So long as we're together, everything's gonna be easy breezy. You guys already put in 100%, and I plan on doing the same.
Nice. Cecile.
110 is more like it. And you can always count on me for support. Watch over us, Guy, Lloyd, and all of Crossbell.
All right. I think it's time we got going. You and Kia both have things on the to-do list today, don't you?
That's right. I was thinking of checking in on Elia. It's only been a month since she finished rehab, and she's already got her engines running at full blast.
I'd be more worried if she wasn't doing that. But yeah, I'm meeting Shizuku at the guild.
Oh, nice. Shizuku.
Oh, yeah. She's back home after evacuating to Reverie. Well, I'm on patrol before the signing ceremony begins, so I'll pop by to say hey when I'm close, okay?
That works for me. I'll see you in a bit.
Bye!
That should be nice. Seeing
We'll
Shizuku
finally
again.
be independent. Whatever work I have to put in to keep it that way will be worth every second. I'm here, now and always, as a detective and a proud member of the SSS.
Aha, there you are.
Lloyd.
Hey.
That's Wazzy. And Noelle.
So, Noelle, Wazzy, what brings you here?
I'm handling security detail. Kia was just here, right? I bumped into her at the signing ceremony site, and she said where she'd be going.
And I've only been dragged here because Archbishop Aralda will be present. This is all unusual, even by the church's standards. So they needed more bodies to make the arrangements less hectic.
Ah, come on. Don't act like you're just anyone.
Feels like it's been a whole lifetime since we've gotten a chance to talk, huh? But it's only been a month since the operation. We did meet up at the prince's wedding, but it got so busy after that we haven't had a chance to really sit down.
And all my running in and out of Arterias made me miss just being here. So, you know, it's nice to be home.
Hasn't been the same without you, Wazzy.
No.
Seriously, way to go, Noelle. Security detail for this is no small task.
Thanks. Couldn't manage it without you and the rest of the team, though.
Does that about cover your plans until the ceremony starts then? My end of the work is all but wrapped up, so I was just going to roam for a bit. Oh, I've got an idea. Since you're on patrol duty anyway, Lloyd, What if we made the most of meeting up like this and scoped out the city together? That sounds great. As long as you know I'm on the job, we can't goof off or anything. I figured. It's going to be a nice little nostalgia bomb for me to do some Triple S related work. It'll serve as a nice change of pace for me, so why not? Alright then, let's hit the streets. My only planned stops are to see Kia and Cecile, but it would be nice if we could talk to Ely, since I'm sure she's hard at work. Sure, now let's get moving. We can figure out where to go first along the way. There we go, and now we got the items. New clothing for Noelle. Wait. Ah, without the hat, of course. I like the hat, kind of. But without the hat is cool. No hat for you. A Liberator's Testament. Beautiful. Vitality droplets. Honestly, I'll use it on Tio here. Just to give her a bit of extra health. Okay, oh, there's of course a lot of extra stuff here. I'll look at that later though. Patrol around Crossbell. Right, so we're at the cathedral.
Fancy running into you here, Father Wazi. And you brought a couple of friends in tow.
Scarlet.
Oh, hey, Scarlet.
If I remember correctly, she's...
Indeed. As you can see, I've managed to sneak away from my duties long enough for a hot date with my boy toy here.
Okay, Wuzzy, sure.
We'll be patrolling the city, so I leave the rest of our work in your capable hands.
Can you not say things that'll confuse her? You're the squire who helped us in the operation, right? Thank you so much.
We didn't have much time for introductions then, did we? Still, I've heard plenty about you. They weren't kidding about how cute you are.
Scarlet?
I'm just messing with you. Catch you later.
Right then. Off she goes. Oh wow, that even made my heart skip a beat. I don't think I've ever met a sister with an eye patch before. Makes her look like she could hold her own in a fight. She's one of our newest squires, joined about the same time as Wald as it happens. She used to be with a terrorist organization in the Empire. Even crossed paths with Thor's old Class 7, if I recall. Yep. She barely survived, in fact. She tried to kill herself, which wasn't great. Still, she's got a great head on her shoulders. Talk about a complete 180. Then again, I'm not sure what's harder, working with terrorists or working under you. She seems to be enjoying her work quite a bit, I'll have you know. Now then, with my remaining work delegated, why don't we continue into the city? Roger that. Okay. About the notebook. Yep.
No problem.
Come on, baby.
Let's go.
No problem.
Okay, wait. This is the notebook. Cool. We don't have a lot yet. Just run around as Noelle for now. Can we talk to Scarlet? And nice of you all to visit. Something like that. I see you've left the event arrangement in the hands of your squire. I hope that doesn't mean you intend to neglect your duties. Have a little more faith in me. Details of the investigation are on a need-to-know basis. Wazzy, couldn't you have said that a little more courteously? That sure is an attitude to take with the Archbishop of all people. I might not have accepted there are some workings of the goddess that only the Gralsritter are meant to understand. Allowing you back to Crossbell was a decision based on preventative action. However, that doesn't excuse those from the congregation who would do inhumane things in the name of keeping secrecy. They even appear open to accepting common street punks into their ranks. That last one felt pointed. You wound me, Archbishop. Though if anyone on our little motley crew is a troublemaker, it's me. Yeah, you are quite the troublemaker, Wazzy. I'm not worried about today with Second Lieutenant Seeker babysitting you. You had better not cause any trouble for her, am I understood? Yep. Don't worry, we'll keep Wazzy from doing anything weird. Wait, oh, class is here? So they're just having a class right now. I don't know if there's much I need to do. I don't need to talk to many people, I don't think. There are few things as shameless as flipping my skirt. You're supposed to be setting an example as one of the oldest in class, too. Now, just which one of you is Tamil? Confess to your misdeeds and I may just forgive you in the name of the goddess. I'm Hamil, he's Tamil. Stop messing around, Tamil. I'm Hamil, he's Tamil. Right. Come here, Tamil, it's time for your punishment. Why? How'd you know it was me? I knew you'd sniff out the culprits, Sister Juju. Ooh. Yeah, you're getting destroyed, kid. I mean, I don't know what the punishment for that would be, but...
No reason to go up this way toward mines.
Maybe not. Maybe we don't need to go here, but... I do want to fight these monsters.
Right. There.
Amazing.
No problem. You won't like this.
Oh my god, the missile launcher is crazy.
Great work on that one, guys.
Noelle does not pull her punches for sure.
Stay right there.
Oh, what? Okay, that didn't actually work. I thought she would at least aim towards them, but no.
Think you can dodge this? Septenary start! Ah, how soothing this is.
Oh, I can't hit all of them? Shit. Oh well.
It ends here. Rising sun.
No problem. Net set and launch!
Electromagnetic nets. Ooh, nice dodge.
Okay then.
Phantom Rush.
An opening.
I'm still trying to figure out their abilities.
No problem.
So you have Crest and Tira. It's not bad at all. This will impede.
Set and launch!
It's my turn.
It's trying to cast again. Kill this.
Come on, baby.
And then kill this. Or at least break it.
Engage! Fire!
And
My
then we
turn.
can kill it. Beautiful.
Oh, why is there more? Come on, baby.
Why is there more? Good question.
Engaged!
It's my turn.
This should be easy enough.
My turn.
Bonk. Megalith fall. Get stomped. Oh, these things don't stand a chance. Stupid oozes.
There.
I am just bullying the local wildlife for some reason. I don't need to be here. Okay. We can't go further up the road, so let's go back into the city. To the entertainment district, probably. This place is always crazy busy, but it might be a little extra crazy today. Can't blame anyone. We've all been waiting for this day to come, plus there's the Arc and Seal performance tonight. Speaking of which, why don't we go check in on them? Sure, though I bet they're up in the necks in practice. We've got plenty of other places we could pop our heads in while we're here too. Okay, crypt travel. Yep. I know how that works. What about West Street? Didn't you used to live around here, Lloyd? Yeah, I lived in Belheim Apartments. It's vacated now, but I still know plenty of people from the area. Like Oscar from the local bakery, the folks at Tally's. I'd say we know them just as well as you do at this point, given how much you used to go on and on. That's just how it goes when you join the Triple S. Oh, stop you guys. But hey, since we're here and all, how about we say our hellos? Yeah, we can go say hello.
Come on, baby.
Let's go.
Mama used to be a shy girl, but she isn't anymore, I guess. Cheese Becky. Ooh. Sure. I know those are going to be used later on. Crossbow Times Independence Special. Don't mind if I do. The road to the signing ceremony. Today's one for the history books. Special occasion. Crossbow Times invites our readers to join us in looking back at the different periods in the region's history leading up to this historic moment. 15 pages long. Oh my god. Crossbow to autonomous state. Fighting as a vital training. I can't talk. Trading hub. Dating back centuries, one located between the Zemurian continent's two great powers. Crossbell has found itself wrapped up in multiple conflicts as its ruling authority traded places on numerous occasions. The pattern changed in 1134 when both the Erebonian Empire and Republic of Calvert became suzerain nations over Crossbell, while granting it individual autonomy as a state. For a long period afterwards, the conflicts that plagued previous eras subsisted between the two countries. This is not to say that things were perfect, however. Underneath the surface, international feuding continued, placing Crossbell in a difficult position as it came under strain from various directions. Yeah, I don't know. So the Orbital Revolution took place. Orbital technology spread within Crossbell. It became a big trading hub. Then in 1204, Dieter Croy proposed independence. Stuff happened, bad things, civil war, economic crisis. Henry McDowell announced that the independence bid was rendered null and void. President Croy was arrested. Then the Empire annexed Crossbell for having decided independence earlier, just to make sure that Calvert didn't use Crossbell as a staging ground. Empire started the war with Crossbell, or with Calvert, and that war ended. Then Crossbell, being in the middle of it, finally got what they wanted, which is their independence, because as a sort of apology for everything. It's a bit of a shortening of everything, but IBC building repurposed again. Wait, after serving for a time as a branch of the Reinford Group, the company announced its intention to reduce its presence within the IBC headquarters. So, upholding its international reputation for attracting the world's cutting-edge businesses, the building, located in the northern part of the Harbor District, will see its nearly vacant floors occupied by the Calvert-based Verne Company. Interesting, okay. And there's new property up for sale near Trinity. Interesting. That is curious. Maybe Wuzzy wants to live there. Near his bros. Or his old gang. Okay, this is where the law offices used to be. If I remember correctly, it's where our old acquaintance opened his law firm before being arrested. After that, the place was vacant for a while. The Crossbell Times apparently occupied the space until just recently. I had no idea. The former office of Grizzly Grim, aka the lawyer Ian Grimwood. Yep. Poor guy. I mean, he did some bad things, but he had a good heart. All things considered, he was still a big help to us 2 years ago. But after that, Crossbell soon became Erebonian territory, and we fell out of touch. All the more reason why you should go visit him now. Oh, visit him soon. Oh, who's this? Pete. That voice wasn't suitable for Pete, to be honest. I didn't know who was speaking. If I recall, Grimwood took Pete in and acted as his guardian, right? Yeah, and Pete's been working part-time at the news agency lately. Long time no see, members of the Triple S. What brings you here today? We just happened to be passing by, so we decided to drop in. The new news agency is all moved over? Yep, I was just doing the final checks before vacating the premises, actually. You know, as soon as we got rid of the editor desks, things got real lonely around here. It reminds me of how things were after the Independence incident. Oh, I can imagine. I'm sure it felt like your whole world was turned upside down when we arrested Mr. Grimwood. Oh no, please, don't worry. I didn't mean it like that. Right after everything transpired, I also resented him. But as time went on, I found myself able to face him, and I even started visiting him in prison. All because you guys managed to step in and save him from himself. I see. You're a tough kid, Pete. So you've been checking in on him over these past 2 years? Yeah, in between working for the news agency. I missed a few visits because he had penal labor, but we kept in touch. Between you and me, he was terribly worried when you all were working underground against the Empire. Huh. I haven't been able to visit him since last year's occupation. Once today's signing ceremony is over, I plan on stopping by. I'm certain that he's truly happy about Crossbell's independence this time. I'd be glad if he was. Could you give him our regards? And tell him we'll be dropping in eventually too. But of course. Nice. I'd love to see him again. Can we go here? No. Door's locked. Alright. So we just patrol around. Oh,
Is
look,
it just
Randy.
me, or does the city feel extra happy today?
Huh.
Look
What a
who
weird
it
trio you
is.
guys make.
Hi, Randy. Hi, Murray. Doing well?
Murray.
I'd say they are. Are we interrupting your date?
Yeah, having a date, are we?
Date! That's not what we're doing. I was asking for his input on today's security measures as a valued former member of the Guardian Force.
Right. Of course, no date. Yeah.
Come on, be honest. Just say you're happy you get to spend time with me now that I've wrapped up my work in the Empire.
No! Stop making things up!
Ooh, is it just me or is it getting a little steamy over here? Knock it off, Wazzy. She can't have both of you messing with her. It's like you never left. I'm sure you'll be sorely missed at the branch campus, Randy. Oh. The operation was your way of coming back home, right? Yeah. To be honest, there's a part of me that would have liked to keep a little longer as an instructor, but that's life. Randy. All that means is you found another place to hold dear. That's a great thing. It wasn't without its struggles, but I gained so much by being there. Walking in, I never thought it'd become as important to me as it is. Something about seeing just how much kids can grow in a year because of you is, well, it's nice to feel like I did right by them. You absolutely did. This almost makes me wish we could have seen you in action. I'll bet you made an amazing instructor. Well, he did always have a knack for showing others the ropes at the Guardian Force. He might look like he doesn't care, but he does a stellar job of caring for others and supporting them in all kinds of subtle ways. If he wasn't there for me when I was under that sorry excuse for a commander, I don't know what I... Wait. Too late. Secret's out now, I'm afraid. Oh wow, I didn't know you thought about me that much. That's because I don't. I was providing an objective perspective, that's all. Is it just me, or has she gotten worse at hiding her feelings? It could be because he was away for so long. It's not just her, though. Anyway, let's all keep up the good work on the job today, so the signing ceremony will be a success. Do the Force proud today, Second Lieutenant. Yes, ma'am. Oh. Wait, there's more? Oh yeah, almost forgot something in all the hustle and bustle. Rena and Junie wanted me to pass along a couple of messages.
Congratulations on Crossbell's re-independence. Once things have calmed down a bit, I'd love to be able to visit. Can't wait.
I wish I could be there for the signing ceremony, but good luck with security. Next time I'm home, I'll be sure to drop by the SSS HQ with some souvenirs.
Okay, so Yuna isn't here right now. That's nice of them. Now we've got something to look forward to. I'm sure there's been no shortage of work to be done for everyone at Thor's. That's an understatement. They've been flying all over the Empire to help get it back on its feet. Uni went back ahead of me once the operation was over. Something came up with one of her missions not long after, so she wanted to prioritize that. Yuna was something of an SSS hopeful, wasn't she? Yeah, she debated coming back to Crossbell for good after the operation. Ultimately, though, she wants to stay outdoors till she graduates. She's always been the type to see things through, so I'm not surprised. I was worried when she first went to the Empire, but it all worked out in the end. You two were pretty good friends, weren't you? Makes sense when they're so alike. You're both so earnest and sincere that I could never get bored of riling you up. Oh, hush. But yeah, I was the one teaching her how to use her gun breakers when she was at the police academy. We got to talking then, and it turned out we had a lot in common. Love for cute animals, biking, and even the Triple S. It makes me happy knowing she's found her own path in life. Same here. Hopefully she and Reen will be able to come by soon enough. With how hard they work, they'll get it done in no time. That means we can't afford to slack on sprucing up Crossbell though. Gotta make it nice and pretty for them. Oh yeah. Now look who it is. Bennett and Oscar. We just finished baking some limited edition bread to celebrate Crossbell's independence. Ooh. Nice. Bread. Don't you think you've been pushing yourself a lot lately? I'm happy that bread is selling well, but you've been baking non-stop for days. You could end up re-aggravating your injuries at this pace. Lighten up, Bennett, you worry too much. Does the injury you suffered during the bar still bother you, Oscar? I thought you made a full recovery. Talking is hard. Don't worry, man. My wounds healed up and the doctor cleared me to come back to work. I think Bennett's looking out for me. Don't try to play this off. When you were first injured, they said you might never bake again. Just because you healed enough to be discharged and come back to work, it doesn't mean you got to be careless. I'm limiting you to only 3 hours of kneading a day, and you can only man the counter 2 hours at a time. Wow, she must really care for him. Don't you just adore when young love continues to blossom over the years? That's not it at all. The more things change, the more they say the same. Yeah. Sorry, Bennett, but it's way too obvious. Independence rolls shaped like Crossbell's emblem. Nice. Or well, a roll decorated with celebratory cookies shaped like Crossbell's emblem. So the roll itself isn't. The cookies on the roll are shaped like the emblem. I have to get that right, of course. It's very important information. Is anyone here that I need to talk to? Probably not. Yeah, Independence Day will be celebrated. Makes sense. Everyone's talking about Arkansas. They're bonding over it. Yeah, everyone seems happy, which is good. My daddy isn't the manager of the Times department store anymore. He said things might be a little harder for us when we move back to Arabonia than it has been in Crossbell, but honestly that doesn't really bother me. That's good. Kid knows what's up. It's amazing just how drastically Mrs. Novash has changed her tune. She used to be so nasty, but now she's a whole new woman. Actually, I had just about enough of her and was on the verge of finally giving her a real piece of my mind. Not to worry, I'll be holding my tongue now. My wife managed to talk me off the ledge before it came to that. That's good. Yeah, people are a lot calmer nowadays, which is good. Hi, kids. Oh, it's the Triple S. You guys look super busy. I hope you guys are doing okay. Why, thank you. How goes the junior Triple S activities? Discussing your next move, perhaps? Oh man, you're sharp. It's not like we're big security or nothing like that, because we're kids. But at the same time, we might notice stuff regular security might not, because we're kids. Oh, but I believe it. One of the reasons we were able to find Mei Ling with Reen's help after she was spirited away was because of you guys. Very impressive. Well, we don't just play around, you know? Anyway, we won't cause problems for the CPD or CGF, don't worry. We're just gonna do our very best. Roger that. I mean, that's all we can ask, really. Oh wait, is this, Can we see Yuna's family? Yeah. If it isn't Lloyd doing the rounds before the signing ceremony, huh? Keep up the good work. You know how it is? We were in the neighborhood, so I thought we should stop by and say hi. I can't say enough about how much Yuna helped us when we last saw her. We're really grateful. Yeah, she played a huge part in the mission. She really knows her way around the soldat. I'm happy to hear so much praise for her, but I do still worry about her as of her father. I'm so proud of how much she's grown while studying in Erebonia. She really has. We're proud of her too. So, are you not working at Missionum today, Matthew? Actually, I'll be in charge of a little event we're running in the Harbor District later. There's still some time before I need to be on site, so I came home to enjoy a cup of coffee. Nice, yeah. As you should. On that note, I think we should be going. Have a wonderful day, you two. Yeah. What about the kids, though? It's the Triple S. Hi, everyone. You two look as energetic as ever. Yep, today's the signing ceremony. It's gonna be so hype. We're gonna celebrate a whole lot and then eat a bunch of tasty food. Then tonight, we get to go see Ark & Ciel. I can't wait to rub it into Yuna's face the next time she comes home. I'm sure she's gonna be really jealous. Oh my god, these kids. Poor Yuna. Nah, I'm pretty sure Yuna would love that. Even if she would hate having missed the actual performance. I'm about to leave for my shift at the clinic. My wife Flora started working there recently too. Things are done in shifts over there, but it's still not uncommon for our commutes to overlap. It's been a nice change of pace for us to share patients, to be honest. I think it's done wonders for our marriage. Oh, nice. I'm glad. Lots of positivity around. We love to see it. I'm guessing we can't go to the Triple S headquarters. Oh. He left it locked. Well... There's Central Plaza.
All the banners around town have Crossbell's emblem again.
Yeah. Makes it feel like we're back to normal.
Oh, Coppa.
Even I'm compelled to shed a tear seeing this.
Kitty. Hi guys. Everyone keeps saying all the things you've been doing. You're always so cool. Thanks, Mimi. And you too, Coppa. Some things never change. What would we ever do if we didn't have you to cheer us on anymore? Right? I don't think even the best cabaret would be half as good a way to make me smile as seeing you. Cabaret? Are there some kind of funny braids? Sure, why not? I guess that's not a word kids hear every day. I guess not, no. It's still a relatively common word, though. Cabaret? Oh wow, it's looking real spiffy now. Ooh, new sign? Very nice. Warms my heart seeing this place again. When did the sign get put back up though? after we repossessed the building from the Imperial Army. Everyone in the city pulled together to help us return it back to the way it was before. I had no idea. You're all so loved. Hard to believe they used to call you bargain bin bracers. All that means is we worked hard enough to win them over, and you guys were a big part of making that happen. Looking up at this building makes it all feel real. We're really home. Can't blame you with how nice and cozy it is. It's like our second home. Exactly. And since we're here, why not drop in and say hello? The chief should be in, so yeah, why not? Let's go do that. Is Zeit home? Do we have our doggo? I don't see the doggo. Oh, who's this? Oh, the commander, right.
Oi.
Sergey.
In the pavement with Noel and Wazi, huh? How goes the patrol?
So far, so good, Chief. And hello, Commander.
I didn't realize you'd be here when we stopped by.
Sonia Bells.
Well, surprise. I had some business to attend to here. You're assisting the SSS then? Security detail has mostly been handled, so I don't suppose that's a problem. Is it just me though, or are you more gung-ho with their business than with the CGFs?
Is that how it seems? I've never really thought about it before. Well, if you'd like, I could arrange to have you temporarily transferred to the SSS again. You really mean it? Wait, hold on. Sure, the SSS is special to me, but I'm fully committed to the CGF, you know that, Commander. Of course I do, I was only teasing. Try not to bully the youngsters too much. I'd say you're the one, you're not, God. I'd say you're the naughty one here, Chief. Having a secret little rendezvous with the Commander while the kids are away, I mean, I know you two divorced years ago, but some flames are too hard to extinguish, aren't they? Knock it off, Wazzy. We shouldn't be prying into their private lives. Yeah, it's none of our business. Though I've been dying to know. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm here for business, not pleasure. We were just discussing some of the details surrounding the signing ceremony security. You've got enough on your plate. You didn't have to come all the way here, you know. Is that consideration I hear? Or are you simply bitter I interrupted your quiet time? Would you rather be smoking the day away? Having faith in your subordinates is all well and good, but every leader knows there are times when you must lead by example. Now listen here, lady, Don't call me lady. You're not getting any younger, Sergey. Isn't it about time you finally quit that smoking habit of yours? It will only... I get it already, damn. Stop busting my balls, Sonia. That was awesome. Sorry, Chief, but she got you whipped. By the way, has our runaway member shown up at all? Nope, afraid not. I had hoped he would be, who he would by now. I'd have called you and Tio back here in an instant. That's a shame. It's been too long. You could at least make it back for the signing ceremony. Who are you talking about? Wait, is this about Zeit? Doggo? Wait, where'd he go? Yeah, he showed up to help during the operation last month, but disappeared again as soon as it ended. Tio and Kia really miss him. I wish we had any idea where he went. God, I can't. Sometimes. Well, he still is a holy beast at the end of the day. It's only natural he wouldn't want to get his paws dirty on mankind's business. Maybe seeing to it that Crossbell was liberated was his final mission. Not that it's any of my business what he does. I don't think the A-lady upstairs has any rules regarding whether he has to be a stranger. I would hope not. Zeit is still a registered police dog. He belongs with the SSS. I'm sure we'll see him again someday. Yeah, me too. If he does show his mug around here, I'll give you a call. Don't let it bother you too much, though. There's still plenty of work to do around the ceremony and all. Given the circumstances, the police were put in charge of security for today. The CGF will have units stationed throughout the city to provide support, but you would be wise to keep your guards up. Roger that. We will. There's nothing our two departments can't do when we work together. True. Oh god, my voice is really going. I probably should wrap it up. So I'll save one more time. And I'll call it quits because I'm getting hungry. That was good though. We made good progress. Actually made it through the prologue even after using 3 hours to read. Let me see where I can send all of you lovely people. Ooh, I see that Sky is streaming. I will send you over to Sky. I hope you all had a good time listening to my voice, because that's basically what this stream was, to be honest. Sky is playing some Resident Evil Village, so go say hi over there. Send some love over her way. As always, I hope you had a good time. I hope my voice is ready for tomorrow, to be honest. I'll try to rest it a little bit. But since tomorrow I am staying home, I went to my parents, of course, over Christmas, and I'm seeing my parents again over New Year's. So I thought, you know, the Sunday I can just stay home. I got some pizzas for myself as well. So tomorrow can be a nice long stream. Hopefully longer than this one. And we'll make some good progress in this game. I'm glad to be back in Trails, to be honest. I'm having a hard time speaking right now, but I love these games. I've said that before. I'm going to be playing more of them. And yeah, I hope you enjoy them too. Go say hi to Sky. And of course, take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend. Stay safe, stay cozy, stay hydrated. Take care of yourselves. Bye bye, everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye bye.